Is this on? I won't use this one since we moved it enough times. So this is on? Did he kill all of this?
No, you're on.
Okay. Yeah, he turned all this off though. Okie dokie. You can have this. How's that? Peachy? Okay, hi. Warren. Okay. Yeah. I know. Hey, Warren. I know it's not on the schedule, but my brain is fried at the moment. Can you pray us in if I say please? No? Okay. I'll let you swallow first.
Do we have people online?
No, they're not. They will be watching it later. So yeah, that's why we're having to use mics.
But I don't need to speak to the mic now.
It's up to you.
I mean, are they in there?
They will be in the recording. So yeah,
But they're not. Oh.
it's all in the recording. So we need to use a mic. You can take it off.
Test.
Teacher, there you go.
Let's pause in prayer. Gracious Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day that you've given us, that we can come together as leaders and visionaries of Genesis to discern, pursue, and step out in faith to do the work and ministry that you've called us to do. And I ask for the Holy Spirit to guide us, to lead us, to prompt us, to challenge us. And may we have open ears and open hearts and minds, as well as courage to do those things that you're calling us to do. And I pray this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I know I'm a guy that's always on a schedule, and I'm thinking, oh, crud, we're 10 minutes late, and that's how I'm wired. So I appreciate you praying. One of the things we were going to do just to transition was to use a song. It's an old song, old in contemporary world. Not old as in like Martin Luther world, but old as in contemporary Christian world, before Nancy opens us in a devotion. And the reason is, we've done this as Genesis, our second visioning retreat. I want to keep us accountable to time, but I want it to be truly a learning opportunity. I promised Wanda and Warren I would not try to rush through this, but my hope is to get us done at 5:15 because I have to transition to youth at 5:30. So I say that so that I don't come in with set ideas. Well, I know I've worked with the two of them and we've set out the model for this. I want to pray that my heart is open as well. Prior to a CCLI license, who knows what a CCLI license is? Okay, those in the music world know that keeps us out of jail, that we have buy rights to song. One of the things I'd love to do was to morph songs. I could morph, modern songs into Christian songs, and can't do that now because what YouTube does is it shuts us down, correct? If I don't have the rights to it, sometimes it shuts me down. So one of the things before we ever did open the eyes of my heart, I would open with part of a U2, the group, a snippet of their song. Because I really believe that sometimes the world is searching and they don't know what they're searching for. And so just as I'm hoping that this allows us to see the context of the world that we live in, our community, because they're searching. They don't know what they're searching for. And maybe right now, to be honest, we've been in church for a while, and we may not know what we're searching for. So to me, this has always led me into open the eyes in my heart when I was able to do it. So the lyrics aren't on the screen for that, so just bear with me. But when we get to open the eyes of my heart, join along. Now, if you're a U2 fan, then you can join along. I won't be offended. I have climbed the highest mountain. I have run through the fields only to be with you. to be with you. I have run, I have crawled, I have scaled these city walls, only to be with you. But I still haven't found what I'm looking for. But I still haven't found what I'm looking for. Now you know this part. Open the eyes of my heart, Lord. Open the eyes of my heart. I want to see you. I want to see you. Open the eyes of my heart, Lord. Open the eyes of my heart. I want to see you. I want to see you. To see you high and lifted up, shining in the light of your glory. Pour out your power and love as we sing, holy, holy, holy. Open the eyes of my heart, Lord. Open the eyes of my heart. I want to see you. I want to see you. Let this be our prayer today. Open the eyes of my heart, Lord. Open the eyes of my heart. I want to see you. I want to see you. See you high and lifted up, shining in the light of your glory. Pour out your power and love as we sing, holy, holy, holy. High and lifted up, shining in the light of your glory. Pour out your power and love as we sing, holy, holy, holy. Holy, holy, holy. Holy, holy, holy. Holy, holy, holy. I want to see you. So God, may your Holy Spirit work within us in this place. Holy, holy, holy. Holy, holy, holy. Holy, holy, holy. I want to see you. It's all yours.
I was just envisioning myself tripping over that chord. I hope my voice will last. I don't think I'm really contagious, but Jeff is fixing, not Jeff, Warren is fixing me. Sorry, Warren.
That's okay. I'm the shorter one.
Oh, is that what it is? Oh, okay. I'm fixed, right? Okay. For now. So Jeff sang the words, open the eyes of my heart, Lord. Open the eyes of my heart. I want to see you. I want to see you. So this phrase, open the eyes of my heart, is often used in scriptural or metaphorical sense. And it originates from Christian worship, particularly in the context of prayer and praise. It means to ask God to grant insight, understanding, or spiritual enlightenment. The eyes of the heart refer to one's inner perception, the ability to see beyond the physical or superficial aspects of life to a deeper, more spiritual life. In a sense, it can mean spiritual awareness, a request to become more aware of the divine presence, to understand spiritual truths. It can be understood as an emotional sensitivity, a plea to be more open and compassionate, to see the needs of others and respond with empathy. It may reflect a desire for mental clarity, a desire for greater wisdom and perspective or guidance in life, helping one to make decisions that might align with higher values. It could also be mean to be open to change. It can signify a request to be more open to personal transformation and growth and new insights that can lead to a more meaningful and purposeful life. The phrases linked to these lyrics of this song, "Open the Eyes of My Heart," were it's used to express a longing for a deeper connection with God and a deeper understanding of His will. So in general, this phrase, "open my heart," the eyes of my heart, it's about seeking spiritual vision, deeper awareness, something beyond what is just visible to the physical eyes. It's easy to open a Bible and read a scripture with your physical eyes and memorize that sentence. But studying the Bible without experiencing the God of the Bible is a waste of your time. If your pursuit of Scripture isn't leading you to an intimate fellowship with God, you've missed the mark. I think that's how a lot of my spiritual life has been, is I read the Scriptures and intellectually I'm thinking, what does this mean? And for me, I had to go start seeing a spiritual director to understand, to start to understand what it means to see with the eyes of the heart. How many times have I opened my Bible over the last year because it was time? You know, I get up in the morning and I read and I meditate. Well, okay, it's 6:30. It's time to get up, get my coffee, and read. Never really giving a second thought to what God might be wanting to say to me, not just to my mind, but to my heart. Had I neglected to invite Him through the Holy Spirit to sit with me as I read, to help guide me, and to truly hear His word through not just my mind, not just through my eyes. Sometimes I even read it out loud, and so I hear it. To be able to hear that word through my whole being. So I would suggest beginning to commit yourself to begin each daily session of your scripture, leading with a prayer, a sincere invitation to God to open the eyes of my heart, to open the eyes of your heart to what He is trying to show and tell me through what I'm reading that day. So I'm going to give you a little experiential practice. I'm going to read a scripture. It's actually we were talking about community in Sunday school this morning, and it was a scripture that called to me. It's from Acts 2, verses 41 to 47. It's after Pentecost. And so what I want you to do is, as I read this, I want you to think about not just hearing it with your ears, but with your eyes closed, seeing it as an inner vision, seeing the words as in an interior vision, hearing with your heart. And I'll read through it once, and I'll give you a little bit of time in silence, and then I'll read it again. So if you'll close your eyes, take a deep breath. Just inhale that breath of God. Exhale to let go of all those things that are troubling you, or all those things that are sitting on your heart that needs to be done today. Let it go. The believers devoted themselves to the apostles' teaching, to the community, to their shared meals, and to their prayers. A sense of awe came over everyone. God performed many miracles and wonders through the apostles. All the believers were united and shared everything. They would sell pieces of property and possessions and distribute the proceeds to everyone who needed them. Every day they met together in the temple and ate in their homes. They shared food with gladness and simplicity. They praised God and demonstrated God's goodness to everyone. And the Lord added daily to the community those who were being saved. The believers devoted themselves to the apostles' teaching, to the community, to their shared meals, and to their prayers. A sense of awe came over everyone. God performed many wonders and signs through the apostles. All the believers were united and shared. Every day they met together in the temple and ate in their homes. They shared food with gladness and simplicity. They praised God and demonstrated God's goodness to everyone. And the Lord added daily to the community those who were being served. Open the eyes of my heart, Lord. Open the eyes of my heart. I want to see you. I want to see you. Amen.
Oh, sorry. I don't think we have enough high fives in worship. So if you weren't sick, I'd high five you right now. I really appreciated that. Ginger, you want to touch your pet? Will you be my teacher's pet today? And pass those down. Or whatever's the easiest, I don't care. As long as everybody's got one. He'll be tested on it later. Anyway, I do appreciate you carving out time, being flexible with us for having to move it due to snow. And I know with the three of us, we're thinking, do we have to move it again? I know you had that written out. I'd love if you'd send that to me later. I would say thanks. But I do appreciate it. Our purpose is to we call it visioning. Really, today's is how do we open the hearts of us as leaders? Because that's what we really are. We're serving in capacity in the church or been in capacity, but people still look to us as leaders, whether staff or leaders. So my hope is that when we leave today, seeds will be planted, and we'll say, well, how can we move forward with this as a church? So that's our purpose. I'll be honest. Usually in the past, I've tried to plant seeds, and I've been really intentional of top down. And I've shared with the board, I can't really do that anymore. And I don't think Warren and I can do that because this is a different place that we're in right now. So I think we're planting seeds and challenging you guys to see how you can live out of what God's called us to be at Genesis. Now, I will tell you back in September and October when I told you the books and invite you to come, I said, here's the books. Some of you ordered them on your own. Some of you got me to order them. And you said, how can I pay for them? That's up to you. I think the three of us would agree, if you get something in these books and helps this church grow, I am willing to eat that money. If you say you're hell-bent on paying me back, there's the cost. Because I even got asked that coming in today by one of you. I forget who it was. But that's how much I paid on each of the books. Today we're going to look at briefly each of these books. I know only like 3 or 4 of you read the Dream book. But that's actually where I'm going to start with is the Dream book. And I got to tell you, you got all the slides here. It happened like, about 3 or 4 weeks ago. We had a problem incorporating stuff into the PowerPoint. We're having those issues right now again. I know that. Okay. So that's the only slide, but you've got it on the printout, so you're good. And Alan, can you run up here, one of you nut with your bad leg and get this to Alan? Okay, Alan's running. Alan's going to be a runner. Yay. Here you go, Alan. And somebody is missing a page. When you get to the thing and you say, what is he talking about, road trip questions, and you see a slide up there, you're going to say, oh, I'm the one that's missing a page. And you're going to tell me, and we're going to give you that page. So, but like I said, hopefully, we're going to look briefly at each book, hopefully plant seeds for you as leaders to put together thoughts, to implement changes, to see how we as Genesis, as leaders, can contribute to moving forward. Now, when we came together last year, we asked this question. And the question was, what would your dream church look like? Vanna's going to come up here because she likes to do this. And I really just want to do this again one more time. And that'll intentionally lead us into the dream church. But if this could be your dream church, what would it look like? What would you see and what would you want? And all can answer. So activities towards outside people? Okay. What? Yeah, more volunteers. So yeah. Yeah, so more volunteers. Yeah, I get tickled. People want us to add sometimes, and we've got to get our bodies to do. What else would a dream church look like? Lots of people.
I would even add to that lots of excited, interested, involved people.
Lots of excited and interested in all the people. And I'm not just repeating you, just to be repeating you. I'm helping the recording. And Ken's and Alan can't hear you either. What else would you like? A welcoming church. A welcoming church.
Church that, so that when somebody says Genesis, they know what we're about and they've heard about us.
Okay. So they know who we are and what we're about as Genesis. And I think I've shared that before because you can write down that there's got to be a point where we as Genesis reach where they know there's something different about us. I mean, because a lot of churches, we're all doing the same things. Most of these churches want these first things. They want activities. They want volunteers. But there's got to be a point. What distinguishes Genesis from Melrose Baptist or First Wesleyan? What else? Spreading the gospel? Okay. So Genesis is a church that spreads the gospel. Huh? LGBTQ friendly. He said LGBTQ friendly. Inclusive. There you go. Oh, say inclusive and accepting, right? Of all. And he said that would be fine. He writes so much better than I do.
Well, that's not saying much.
What else? Anything else?
Mission focused.
Okay. Mission focused. And my partner in crime was getting ready to raise his hand. Yeah, that or he's scratching his head.
I think that a church that actively is Jesus, not only in the church,
Jesus in the world?
but Jesus in the world.
Okay. So, yeah, a church that's Jesus in the world.
And that we understand what that means.
Yeah.
Well, I'd like one with a good youth program, a lot of youth, and a singles.
Okay. Youth and singles program. And that may actually be under this here activities as well, reaching out. Yeah. Dad, you were getting ready to say something.
And I'm going to follow up a little bit what Georgiana, I think you've
Yeah, so helping people discover the free gift is okay. Yeah. She put see people saved. That way we unpacked it for there. Yeah, salvation, so they understand what that gift is like. Yeah. And I will pick on myself on that one, Warren. And you've heard me say that. And you can throw stones at me. I think I've made more Carolina fans and gotten more of you to like frozen custard than at times than I feel I've led to Jesus. And that's sad. So go ahead. Go Heels. What else?
It's sort of up there, but growing disciples, be it Bible study, all the things we do is causing us to grow.
To strengthen our faith? Is that what, I mean, I don't know.
Well, we're to become, more educated with Scripture. We know what to do, how to go forth.
Yeah, and that may be,
Is that sort of
I think it's actually being Jesus, getting to know Jesus to be Jesus, is basically what you're saying, right?
right?
Yeah.
But we need to know what we're doing.
Got to know it. You got to spend time, which we say is in our membership vows, like we talked about this morning.
Don't just play church.
Yeah.
I think the word I heard you use was discipleship.
Yeah. So good discipling program. Yeah, that'd be good.
Can I put spend time in study and discipleship?
That's good.
Yeah.
Don't we get it too low here? I may not get that low.
What else?
Room for one more?
Enthusiasm.
Enthusiasm. Gloria. And not artificially created by coffee, right? No, I mean, that's what we need, is enthusiasm. No, Warren and I talked about it. We need to be excited as a church, as we are excited about our sports teams and other things like that.
I'm not sure the word for it yet, but the step, and I use the phrase like step out in faith.
Hmm?
That there hasn't been, and I may be wrong, I hope this doesn't sound critical. There hasn't been much that we've done that we've really stepped out in faith.
Yeah.
What we've done has been kind of very definitely planned, methodical, prayerful, but what if God calls us to do something big?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just going to throw this out there because I do have other examples I could give of other churches. But let's say God called us to give $1 million to missions. If all of a sudden someone was to say that, I feel we need to do that for 2025, and like, whoa.
Yeah, how would it happen? So let's be willing to open and listen and respond when God calls us. Is that what you're saying? Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. I guess it goes back to her open the eyes of our hearts, so that way just not just open it, but actually act upon it. Be willing to step out in faith. We can go to the second page if you got another one. We can drive on. Or use this as our starting point.
You can add this to where I said lots of people, but I think lots of kids.
Yeah.
Of all ages then? People
Yeah.
of all ages? Can we say that?
The children and the youth, if they stay within the church, that is the future of the church. The older folks, we're all going to end up going out places, as we've already seen. So it's really important to gear it.
So concentrate, still intention. Yeah. Families and youth. Yeah. 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 Dad?
And as I'm sitting next to choir director Bob here, would love to have a huge choir.
Mm-hmm.
And I was thinking in terms as well music, like whether it's modern
Yeah.
or traditional.
The people you can pull from and sing. Yeah.
That we're known for our music.
Okay.
Bob mentioned pipe organ too. That may be one of those like.
That's the former organist that wants It's okay. If that's what he's dreaming, it's dream. Yeah.
It's a pipe dream.
Oh.
That was good.
Anything else?
Come on, add something else since I started a new page.
Okay. If you want to add to this later, we'll We'll stick that over on the door. How's that? And if you feel like during break time you want to add something on there, you don't have to ask. Just, we'll know it's different because it's not Wanda's handwriting. And it's neat. Now, one of the books that 3 of us read, but I know the board, is it okay if I can disclose that? We'll be looking at is the Dream book, The Dream, 5 Proven Strategies for Growing a Healthy Church. It was an intense book, and I didn't want to scare you off, or we would have had less than the 13 or whatever we've got here. So I decided I would use that as part of it, but I think he enjoyed it, she enjoyed it, and Wanda wants us to look at it as the board. But in it, what Brian Mossy talks about this thing is that we all came here from the church that we have now. You know, we all came here from the church that you have now. I mean, we're all part of Genesis, half from Southview, half from Huntington Court, but we are here. We're brought about through a merger, even though we're supposed to be seen through a lens plant. But I love the question that he asked, because I think where I shared with the board is that even though the conference may see us as a plant and we try to push the idea of plant, sometimes I feel the resistance that it's a merger still. But what if we could truly start from scratch, you know, and build the church of our dreams? What would it look like, and what would we focus on? And that's why I wanted to ask that question, because I think sometimes there is that fire, that energy in a church plant. I think sometimes, I don't mean to call it baggage, but I think there's some stuff that we carry us from the past that limits our thinking, so that, we're not able to step out in faith like Warren said. But what if we could build the church of our dreams? What would it look like? What would our focus be? And what would our activities be? And I heard you saying, you know, activities outside of the church involving a lot of people, you know, being mission focused. We would have that. So I'm hoping, and Wanda, you can use this a lot with the leaders throughout the year, town halls. I think that we need to say, this is what we that came together, this is what we say, and how can we invite the people of Genesis when they come to the town halls? How can they make dreams realities? So as you think about those questions, you know, why are we leading? This is just a forethought question. And if you want to answer it, why aren't you leading this to happen? Especially when you look at this list before us. I mean, what do you think we need to do to lead that kind of church as you guys got here? What do we need to do? That is the question. What do we need to do? Or what do you think gets in the way of this happening? Be honest. Okay, Gloria says what gets in the way is ourselves. And I will give you push on that one. So what do you mean on ourselves? We just get in the way of ourselves? Okay, we get in our heads that we can't, maybe? Okay. Can't get out of our comfort zone. That's why I liked when you threw that one up there about what if God called us. I think that is our fear. Or we can't get out of our comfort zone, or we can't get used to what is our past, our baggage, whatever you want to, however you want to label it that. Oh, yeah.
And to see what else is out there and that we might be able to do. We focus so much on what we want the church, what I want the church to do, rather than what as a whole.
Yeah, I think sometimes we focus on I or we, and I've shared before, and I think Warren could attest to this as well, is whenever you hear yourself saying, I think this is what I want, or this is what I need, then you need to step back and ask that question, where is that focus? You know, because the focus should be, you've just told us, activities outside church, welcoming people, spreading the gospel. If we're only focused on I, inclusive, accepting, we focus on I, these things, mission focused, you can't be focused on I, mission focused. Some of y'all looked in the past, you know, how sometimes there's a cruise, and nothing against cruise ships, but sometimes there's a cruise ship mentality in a church, and we'll talk about that later. And that gets in the way. So,
we need to sacrifice our own time
yeah,
to be more in the church and do for church activities.
yeah,
Because, I mean, how many times do all of us say, okay, if we're asked to do something, well, let me check and see if I've already got something on my calendar.
Yeah. Yeah. Where our priorities are. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think often we see it as not as an opportunity. We see it as an obligation. And I think that's what you're saying. We need to see it as an opportunity. How can we prioritize it? It's not, if I've got leftover time, if paint's not drying at home, well, then, yeah, I can do that for you. And so I appreciate you being honest on that. Since I'm not going to steal all the thunder from the dream book when you assign it, I am going to just show some things. And I think that we've touched on some of these things, but the Dream Church touched on 5 proven strategies that to be the church that grows, we must do these things. Yeah, the first one is design worship services that the unchurched love to attend. And while we offer 2 services at the same time, I don't know, and this is stepping on my own toes, I don't know if there are worship services that the unchurched would love to attend. Yes, we've changed the music style, and maybe that people say, well, that's more modern, but I don't know that. I really don't. And so I'm hoping we can do some focus groups. One of the things I hope to start doing soon is I said I wanted to start meeting with groups at Starbucks from young adults here, but also groups outside. And we'll talk about that. How can we make sure that what we offer is something that somebody wants? And I don't know that. The truth is, studies would say if we're welcoming and loving, then yeah, it doesn't matter what the music is, but they do want that. The R is reaching our target and adding them into the family. And I thought about this when I was reading this, especially on the airplane sitting behind you guys. And I'm going to touch on this several times today. Do we know what our target is? If I were in sales, that would be, I would be knowing who my target market is. I've been in and out of this, I don't want to call this church, out of this space, which is a church, several times since 1972. And the thing that disheartens me is, and I know you've seen it, Warren, since you've been here, we've not tapped right behind us even. I can't think of any time in my life that's a lie. 2 people. I can only think of 2 people since 1972 that I've had that have been this side of Peters Creek Road back in these doors. And I'm not saying that's our target market, but I just think, do we even know why are we not reaching these people that are right behind us? We got some from over there, but most of them have moved over there. Why are we not reaching those right next door to us? So how do we reach our target market? The E for dream is how do we engage people in spiritual growth? Y'all put that on there. How do we get them to know Jesus so we can go be Jesus? And I love the A. The A is activate every member, not just 10% or 20%. How do we activate every person into meaningful ministry? How many times have you as a leader picked up the phone, tried to call somebody and said, well, I've done that part? And maybe you as a pastor, we've called and said, well, I've family members that have said that before. I've done that. I've served my time. It's time for somebody else. Or, I'm getting older. It's time for the younger people to do it. I personally think, and I hope you'll agree, that there's a place for everybody to serve. Everybody serves. And I think I love the Apostle Paul. He wanted to serve with his last breath. Again, what y'all said, opportunity, not obligation. Opportunity, not obligation. And involving them to see the importance. I appreciate that you put up here actively being Jesus in the world. I appreciate you, Warren, putting up the salvation thing on here. I really do, because I don't think our focus is not always on evangelism and mission. Because evangelism and mission means it's there, out there. And it doesn't have to be in a church place. It could be in our workplace. It could be in Kroger's. I have a friend, he intentionally, when he goes to Kroger's, he starts to the door. He intentionally, even if he needs something, he goes all the way to the back, and he's praying that God will open his eyes to have a conversation with somebody. He doesn't force himself into it, but he prays that God will open his eyes. I can be honest, I'm not that good. I'm not that good. But what if we could be intentional to do that? And the M is mobilizing the whole body to change the world. not just staff, not just leaders, the whole body. But then you got to think about, well, what if we do this well? Let's say we start reaching our target market, and we say our target market should be unchurched, de-churched. That's what I truly believe it's not just to recycle people thinking, well, I just moved somebody from Melrose Baptist over here, or I recycled somebody that was going from downtown at Green Memorial, and they just came and went to Northview, and they're now coming here. That's just recycling Christians, because they get disgruntled, they're going to go somewhere else again. But the question I guess we got to think is, okay, if we say we're going to be intentional to reach de-churched and unchurched, are we ready for them? Are we ready for them? And that's what we'll be looking at. Here's what we'll be looking at, because I love what Dream Church put in there, because there's 10 things that guests are going to be asking when they come in here. And I love these, because I've seen these in the youth world before, but it is true. The question they're going to ask is, and you've probably heard this before, somebody's never been to church before, am I going to get struck by lightning? I haven't been in this place for a year. They kid about it, but they question it. Am I going to be judged because I've been gone? I mean, it's so long. Alan, when we had the guy in the back at the funeral, I haven't been in church for so long. These are the things they ask. Am I going to be judged because I have not been in here before or not been in the past? The second one. Now, I know there are people that like to stay under the radar, but is anyone going to acknowledge me? I'm going to pick on you. Is that all right? And you said this last year, because when you first came here, now you were intentional, started meeting people, but how many Sundays was it before somebody welcomed you?
Outside of just handing me the bulletin,
Yeah.
it was several weeks.
Several weeks.
And saying goodbye was months.
Yeah.
The exits were from the entrance.
So are we going to acknowledge these people that come? We said, what was it? Lots of people come here. Guys have, at least if I go to the restaurant, they are smiling, they'll seat me. We're excited at restaurants. I mean, heck, even T-Mobile's excited. I may have to wait 30 minutes. But they're excited because they're going to sell me a new phone. Is anyone going to acknowledge me? Yes, there are a few people that don't want to be acknowledged. Example, and I don't think Karen Trail would mind this. Karen would love to be under the radar. But the majority of people just want love. I mean, we've all heard stories about people that have left biker groups, and they went back to biker groups because they felt more love and inclusivity there than they found in a church. Or they left a gang to become a Christian to change their life, but the truth is they found more support in the gang than they did in the church. The third one, I know there's a lot of us that worked with kids here. Are my kids safe? Are my kids safe? Is the message, this is Pixel and Warren and I, is the message going to be boring or confusing? Is the message going to be boring or confusing? Am I dressed right? Am I dressed right? I think back, and I will not give you this church. It's one of my first churches. Of course, they all say, a lot of times we say this, they say we want young people and things like that. So, I'm inner city. I'm getting young people to come. Jeff, you need to tell that teenager he doesn't need to be wearing a hat in worship service. You just told me to get kids in here. Now you judge them for what they wear. So we say things. Am I going to be dressed right? Will I know where to go? I know we're working on signage. But I think one of the things we will need to work on with greeters as well is letting them know. For example, we've got 2 services. We say we want to have 2 services, but I know even Doug, who was our guest pastor, came in and at first did not know where to go. And he said I could use his name. Doug was our guest pastor, did not know where to go. My sister, which you'll hear me pick on in a second, my sister is part of the secret shoppers that Eastern North Carolina Conference have, where they go into church to see what you're doing right and what you're doing wrong. She said, Jeff, I came in. They gave me a connection card. They didn't even tell me there was another service down the hall, and I had to find you. So even though I did go, they pointed me to the modern service, I did not know how to go when I got down here. So I just say that to get us think, example, somebody would come in to us, and this doesn't just greet us, this is people. I made eye contact with Allison. Hey, do you know where the bathroom is? What would be the best thing to do? Walk them to the bathroom. Walk them to the service. Pass them off to somebody else. I just say these things to get us to think. You know, I was thinking about this preparing for today. You know, who can I ask a question to? You know, I was thinking about that, and I don't know. And I guess this is just planting seeds and ideas. Whatever you guys do with them is up to you guys. You know, people say we need name tags and stuff. Heck, I would say even for like the greeters or leaders, we have shirts. Could our greeters wear shirts? You know, just identify them differently. Hey, or it just says, I'm a greeter. I am here to welcome you. Or I think one of the things they had at Resurrection is, do you have a question? I think it was one of those shirts I remember seeing one year. Do you have a question? That would say, oh, that's the person I need to ask. Now, the funny one, and I think about this service here, and I know it's going to happen, but when I have that conversation, are they going to do anything weird? Are they going to do anything? And people think sometimes they walk in here, communion's weird. They have no idea. I think about the early church when they thought we were cannibals because they heard we're eating of bodies and drinking of blood. Are they going to do anything weird? I love number 9 because, you know, what are we doing? That's why people say, he doesn't push. I ask people to stand in here, but after reading this book, I backed off a little bit. Are they going to make me sing and clap? Because guess what? First-time guests rarely sing. They don't know the stuff. For one thing, they don't know it. And they just want to hide under the radar. And the 10th one, is there any hope? Is there any hope? I was thinking about Jackie Owens, who just passed away, 2 weeks ago? 2 weeks ago. We had her service last week. And Jackie was 55, and Jackie started coming to a service at Huntington called Foundation. And Jackie, in the words of her family, was a hellion. And Jackie came to find something different, to the point that, yes, she would tell to her family, I gave up smoking, drinking, and the illegal stuff because I wasn't finding hope there. But that's just one person. What if I think that's really those in the outside world, they're looking for hope. And how can we offer them something that the world is not giving them? Because I'm sure that Jackie's just one of many. I shared in this service today. I just thought of that one. I haven't told Warren yet. We had a service, an outdoor service. We used to do community events a couple times a year. In 2018, a lady went to our prayer tent, and she asked to be prayed over. And probably you prayed over her. Who knows? You or some other group of people prayed over, and then they would take the information, they'd put it on a prayer list, and we would offer up that prayer concern on that Sunday for whoever's at the event, and it would stay on the prayer list probably for a couple of months. And sadly, to be honest, I'll be honest, as a pastor, over time you forget those things. But I think it's because someone took the time to pray with her, valued her concern. She was going through difficult marriage, and 6 years later, she writes. Think about this. This person had to be intentional to find Genesis to know that we're part of a merger. And she wrote, she said, I want to thank you for your church taking the time to pray for me. She said, my husband and I worked through our difficulties. She said, yes, we were separated for a while, but she said, I knew you were praying. And she said, now not only does he go to the church, I used to worry about him singing. She said, he sings with excitement. Our marriage has been restored, and I wanted to thank you. I think there are people that are looking for a hope, and they want some people just to spend the time, to acknowledge them. Going back to that first one, what can we do to do that? Anyway, so a sidestep. I'm going to jump into Harley Davidson for just a second. It says, put yourself in their shoes. You come into the door, and you're visiting another church for the first time. And for you guys, and I know we're going to be doing some of that as a board, truth is, it's going to be easier for you to visit another church than someone that's never been into a church. But imagine that you've never been into a church before. What would you be hoping for? What would you be hoping for? So, And how do you want to be treated as when you're a first-time guest at a church? Another sidestep, and this is from the book Refocus, and that's why I touched on briefly. If there's one organization in the community that should excel in customer service, it should be the church. It should be the church. And I know, Warren, I've had this conversation, and I know we've gotten pushback on it before, but outward-focused churches, we just had this conversation last week. Outward-focused churches, it begins in the parking lot. And I know people, like you said, we're asking people to volunteer, and they don't want to volunteer, or they get burnt out by volunteer, but it begins in the parking lot. Guests are found there. They're welcome. They're brought in. One thing we haven't done, and I used to do and I haven't done lately, is a feedback loop. When they come, and part of it's a connection card. That makes it difficult. But asking them, did you find everything that you were looking for? What did you like about us? What didn't you like about us? If we can capture, maybe that's where we can be intentional, is asking, especially for a first-time guest, fill out the connection card so we can be intentional on it. And then if we don't see them again, we can ask that question. What did we do right? What did we do wrong? What could we do better as a church that would cause you to return? And then I guess that one way we can ask ourselves, we say these are the things we want. Would you recommend us to a friend? Would you guys recommend us to a friend or to a loved one? And if yes, why? And if not, why not? I mean, that's a question we could ask them, but I think that's a question we need to ask ourselves. Anyway, back to the 10 things that the first-time visitor's looking for. Those 10 things involve all of us as a church, not just leaders. I know you're the guys that are here, but it's getting all the leaders. And maybe that's something, a town hall question down the road. How do we get them to see these things? Now, 4 areas that we have to get right if we're going to grow. 4 areas we have to get right, and Alan, you touched on one. Y'all indirectly touched on it, is an atmosphere of love and acceptance. An atmosphere of love and acceptance. Can I be funny? Because it's just going to be only 3 people outside here who's going to watch this. Nobody else is going to watch this, right? It's going to be limited, right? Okay, good. Who knows a church that doesn't say they love? I mean, most churches say they love, right? I love, and you're going to think he's picking on the Baptist again. If you're from a Baptist background, I apologize. But most, even I've seen on Baptist signs, accepting and loving for all. Are they really? Would they let your friends, the LGBTQ, I can't even get my acronym out, would they welcome them? You are from the Baptist background, probably not. They pray over them. Most churches say they love. I've never met a church that didn't say they love. I've never heard a church that said they didn't want to grow. But often they don't extend. I go back to you, sorry, when you sat with me in Starbucks, I think about that still. What could we have done differently as a church? Hey, come sit with me. Finding someone that has something in common with Robin instead of coming to the pastor and the pastor having to network you. What could we have done as a church a little bit differently? I mean, I give you kudos for sticking us out, seriously. And now being involved to help with change, that's a win. But an atmosphere of love and acceptance, we got to be intentional on that. We got to be intentional on that. Pipe organ man over there. We got to have good music, which means probably more than 5 or 6 people in your choir. It's what you want. I need a bank of volunteers, so we're even. But it's got to be good music. And they're looking for good children's ministry, children/youth. I skipped one because that's picking on us. But yeah, they want good preaching. If we suck, they're not coming back. It's funny because they used to say that didn't matter as much. Because the other gaps would fill in right. If they were getting love, they would still come back. If the music was good, they would still come back. But now, you got to have like all 4 of these things working. It's got to be all 4 working. It's got to be. Can't just be one. Loving and acceptance is only going to go so far. You got to have good music. You got to have good preaching, and you got to have good children. Children, I'd say, when I say children, through youth ministry. Yeah.
Not to camp out on that, I know.
Camp out.
But find ways we can measure those 4 things.
Yeah.
As time goes, what would be some, and I don't want us to explore that, I just do that question.
No, I think it's a good question. The question that we asked for the video is, what would be some good ways that we could measure these things? That means putting us under the microscope as well. Yeah, I think that would be more of a board question down the road. I guess that they can involve other people. Thank you. We also need to review sanctuary and building through first-time guests, through their lens. And that might be, sights, smells, sounds, directions. I keep thinking, because I've been gone for, 13 years, and I came back in here. And it was easy for me to see what needed to go out because I've been gone. But I could tell you the flip side, if you'd gone to Huntington Court, I wouldn't have seen it because you get used to it. It's like your own house. You don't see this stuff. But if you're a guest coming to the house, you see what changes need to be made. So reviewing the sanctuary and the building through first-time guests, sights, smells, sounds, directions. I love, and our conference is usually behind. I mean, that's the way I look at, we used to have something called Awakening, which is just, and now we have to go outsource to the hosting conference for Resurrection. But like I said, in the Eastern North Carolina, they've got secret shoppers. I think it'd be funny not funny, but fun to just invite some people to come. Ask that questions. What did you experience? And that may be an easier way to do what you asked, for metrics. Having people from the outside come and say, hey, what did you find these things here? Like I said, in North Carolina, they do. They're training people to go be secret shoppers in other churches. So I'm going to give one thing, and then I'm going to sit down for a second and give it to Warren. Another thing it says for a church in the Dream Church to grow, if we want to grow, is to have small groups. In fact, Dream devoted a whole chapter on having small groups. Having small groups. And it says, if you want to grow, you got to be intentional about that. And I think about that because even though I consider in the denominational world Methodist, that's how we began. We were the creators of small groups, and now we can't do it. We suck at creating small groups. But we can't use that as our cop-out. How can we be intentional in starting small groups? And I think part of it is getting buy-in here with us as leaders. So 8 reasons you need small groups. First one, they're biblical. They're biblical. We spend some time in the book of Acts. They're biblical. Spend time looking at the Wesleyan movement, and you'll see that small groups are foundational to growing. This has been, like I said, break time. So I've had former Botetourt students that just want to reach out to me and share with me what's going on in their faith life. And I know that sounds strange because you're not supposed to be talking faith, but they come to me, so I'm okay, and they're former. But I was loving this individual I met last week, and she's involved up at Crew, up at Radford. I know some of you went to Radford. And I know, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, when I was growing up, Radford was considered sometimes a party school. But Crew, among all the Methodists, we got a foothold there. The Baptist BSU's got it there. Crew is on fire up there. They have got so many small groups. In fact, they were meeting up at in Washington, D.C., because, they're around the country. And they were celebrating what was taking place at Radford. And they said the largest revival we've seen in the Christian movement is taking place at Radford through Crew. And like she acknowledged, she said, people look at Radford, and this is a young adult, she says, and they see us as in the past as a party school. She said, I think they're going to start seeing something differently now because revival is taking place. And to hear a 20-year-old on fire because revival is taking place in college, that excites me. But they were doing such successful work there, and they were being successful because they were being intentional about small groups and forming small groups. They went out And they met everybody. They got to know everybody. Some people say no. And then they followed up. They texted. They called. We're saying we're meeting such and such night. And like the one girl I met, she said, if I could just have 7 to begin my small group. And she had 15 to start her first small group. And but small groups, so they're biblical. They're practical. They're easy to form. They're pastoral. They look after the needs. I mean, it doesn't have to be the two of us meeting the needs. They are relational. Because if we grow to be a large church, getting to know each other, or even having 2 services, we're never going to get to know each other. So that's not even practical. But having 8 to 10, 12 people together that are in community, that are in fellowship, looking after each other. So they're essential for us to grow. They're educational, they're informal, and the guy that hates to spend money, they're economical. I mean, they can meet in a house, they can meet in Starbucks, I don't care. Anyway, I'm not going to talk about small groups. Warren is. Do you want my thingy here, or do you want this thingy here? Okay.
I want to ask you a question regarding small group. When you hear us say small group, what are some words, thoughts, ideas? Wanda, would you mind writing again? I'm going to steal you again. My penmanship is as horrible as Jeff's. Yeah, I got it. Thank you. So when I ask, what is a small group? What are words that come to mind? Intimate? And you could even steal those words up there too, but think maybe beyond that. Relationship forming. Bible study. Support. Discussions. Yeah, that's good. Prayer support, or praying for one another.
Growing in faith.
Growing in faith together. I'm going to shift the question just for a second. I hope it's okay to put you on the spot here, since we are kind of leaders visioning a team. So this is the question I'm going to go around the table and ask. Why would you go to a small group? Why would you go to a small group? And it may be the same answer you've given, but I'm kind of just rephrasing a little bit and getting more personal with you. So I'm going to start with Ginger. Why would you go to a small group? Okay. Okay. Rhonda? Okay. Oh, relationship. Let's see. What did you say, Ginger? Relationship and support. Meeting more people, meeting new people, getting to know, making new friends. Yeah, we'll just go around the robin. Getting stronger in faith with others to help. Okay. Rory? Spiritual growth? The same? Okay. Savannah? Community to lean on. Okay. 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 Oh, casual like learning, support were the last two. Bob? Bible study. Jeff? Relational and support. Yes, yes, good. Nancy?
And I would have to say, if I really were honest, what would get me into a new group is a personal invitation of people who are like-minded and want to expand their horizon.
Personal invitation, like-minded, and expand the horizon. And I don't want to ignore the back table back there. Alan, what would you be looking for in a small group? More personal, direct fellowship. Okay, Elizabeth. Intimate, open setting, relational. Okay. I don't want to forget Vanna White up here. Wanda, what would you say?
Well, I think also that once your small group gets to know each other and has that relationship, then you also then become interested in taking that out to others.
Mm.
So that you're inviting others to join and to grow and to take it out into the community. So it doesn't stay just within that small group. So just, it's, I think, kind of like what Jeff was saying, it's a way of supporting the pastors too in our ministry, that small group then becomes many ministers. Many as in M-A-N-Y or many as in M-I-N-I, either one.
Either one.
That we are taking that out. And it's not
Okay.
just on you all to do that. But
Okay.
that takes time because first you have to do all these things first. So
Okay, now I'm not as comfortable with putting you on the spot. I feel like I want to, but I'm not. You can answer it yourself here. So I'm going to ask you the question: do you belong to a small group? I mean, if you want to, you can answer. You don't feel like you have to or anything. Um, yes. Oh, I love that idea. Let me check my time. Yes. Go ahead. Oh. I think that's a great question. Why I would not go to the small group? Yeah, that you might feel. Well, thank you for. So that's why you haven't shown up to mine. I'm joking. I'm joking. What's that? Yeah, just winter. The folks that were there. Yeah, we're in the library 12 o'clock Wednesday. Yeah. Okay. I used to have a fear of small groups. I know this is going to sound weird because of the food. Uh, you get me, Ginger. Yes. Yeah, because often it'd be like potluck or yeah, we could put that one up there too. Fear for that, because I would. Well, what are they're going to make me eat something I don't want to eat? Because I really did. I have anyway. Go into that, but that's a real one for me. I will say and I'm speaking personally for me, as a pastor, it has been very difficult to find a small group to be a part of because I love you guys dearly, but you all can't be my small group because I have to have confidence in the group that I meet with that it's going to be confidential. That's another thing, a small group. There may be a fear that, if I share deep, dark secret of my life, they're going to go out and tell everybody. So small groups should have a strong confidentiality as well. And however, I do have small group. And Jeff has met some of them. In fact, Jeff was part of the small group as well, a men's group that we would meet almost on a weekly basis for I don't know, 10, 12 years, that they're composed just of Christians throughout the community that I could call at any time and get support, prayer, or whatever. And these are lifelong people that I've met. Very fortunate to have. As Jeff was saying earlier in the book, for us to be a large church, and that is, we didn't use that language there. We're outside lots of people, but we have a dream here to be a large church. Right now, we're kind of a small, medium church. And when we get to a large church, then the way that we do ministry has to change. And we have to have the small groups in place. That's like the skeleton of the body. So imagine what would happen to me right now if all of a sudden my bones would evaporate. What would happen? I'd be a big blob. Y'all would laugh. Well, someone, it would, yeah, it couldn't sustain. It couldn't hold up, and I would die. The small groups, especially for your large churches, that is the skeleton of the church. And if we do have a dream and vision to become that large church, this isn't an option. We have to learn to do small groups and to do small groups well. I love the definition here. Within the Dream Book, there's just a few things. It's found on page 136 through 153, some of the things that I'll share here. And he talks about growth tracks within the small groups, provides a systematic process, again, a measuring tool, of teaching them to obey everything Jesus commanded, Matthew 28. So there is a way, like we simply record how many small groups do we have, how many people are in small groups. A real growth not only needs the information, the head knowledge there, but it requires that application, and that's where you're coming in as well, Wanda, with reaching outside. A small group is a means to connect every member into a loving community of believers where they will receive care, support, and encouragement. And this was an interesting fact. It used to be if you had good preaching, people would just come for your good preaching. But they're saying here that people might join a church because of preaching and programs, but they'll only stay in the church in the form of relationships. And that's where the small groups come in. So no matter how good Jeff is behind the pulpit and his sermons, if he doesn't have the small groups in place to support it, they're not going to stay. Oh, yeah, he's a good preacher, but I go here because of the relationships that I have. So therefore, even if found on page 136, you must design a system whereby every person can experience an intimate community. Who belongs in a small group? Good answer. Yes, everybody. We haven't measured it here, but we could measure it here at Genesis. Maybe that's something else the board can look at. What percent of our attending people online and in person belong to a small group? What percent that would be? And go to, didn't we have, what was it, that like 80%, move from 20 to 80% of people in, and maybe we can move more of a direction of getting more people into small groups. Here's another question. Is a person fully connected to a church if they attend worship only? I don't see any yeses. I'm seeing all no's here. That's correct. And is a person fully connected if they attend small group only? It takes both, doesn't it? It does. You have to have both. A healthy church, they have, say, 2 weekly gatherings, if you will, large groups of worship and teaching, and in small groups of fellowship and disciples. Again, that's in your dream book. Then it could ask the question again, what percent would you guess would have connection in both? Let's throw some percents out there just for, right here, right now. What percent would you say we have that's connected in both? Let's go right now just with the people showing up on Sunday. Say 100 people, yeah. That's a great question, Rhonda. She asked, does choir and Sunday school count as a small group? I think it can if it meets the criteria of what the small group is. I was part of a church that had a choir, and it was a true small group. I mean, it was amazing what they did. We're not there yet. We've done a few things to help create that. And likewise with Sunday school classes, it possibly could if it meets the other things of how we're defining what a healthy small group is, but it may not be as well. Jeff, okay. So did we say we were trying to come up with the percent who's in both? Did somebody say like 30%? How much? 10. So that's a low. What would be a high number you would guess? 35? Okay, so 10 to 35%. What do I think? Oh, that's okay. I'm putting y'all on the spot. I would have to guess probably between 20, 25 would be, and I think we can, obviously we can measure it. I didn't measure it before I asked the question to define. Oh, okay. Let Yeah, that absolutely. So what I just simply put up there, kind of a visual, and what it said maybe about 3 or 4 minutes ago. And I'll use healthy because people can define small groups differently. The big picture is for you for what truly is a small group. You have to be in two areas. You have to be in a small group of people, and you have to be in a large group of people. In other words, you have to be in that small meeting. It may be a Sunday school, it may be choir, but you also have to be in worship. So those two areas, first and foremost. Now these other things are characteristics of small group. But if we have a group that is meeting only in the small, they're not really connected to the church. So they're really not part of the body. If we have folks that are just in the large and they're not in the small groups developing the relationship, they're really not part of the body. So so that's just that, I would say, that first criteria there. After that, we can go deeper into Bible study, confidentiality, may have even some food and prayer and support. So with this criteria that has been put, this has been defined in that book, in the dream book, there what I just shared with you, and asking that percent. Right. I think for today's exercise, we're just going by what we've come up with there. Yeah, on that first page. There's just there's the very very basics. There you have fellowship, you have Bible study, you have confidentiality, you have prayer support. Those kind of basic things would be characteristics of a small group. Mission outreach, yes, yes. Otherwise, you're just inward. So, as we look at our groups in the church, and I'm not trying to be judgmental, or I'm just, this is the litmus test. This isn't me. This is the litmus test that will filter every group in the church through and determine whether or not. So if you're part of the choir or Sunday school class, and you don't feel it's meeting this criteria, I'll encourage you, what can you do to help encourage those within that group to understand this and to participate in other means? Likewise, if you only show up on worship, and there, what can you do, or what can a small group person do to help include you in a smaller group? Typically, and Jeff hit on this a while ago. Typically, small groups are between 8 and 20 people. You get over 20, it changes the dynamic. It's much harder to get to know people on a personal level there. And so typically it's between 8 and 20. There are seasonal entry and exit points, because I've been a part of some through the years, and I've seen others. Maybe after a year or two, this, maybe this small group isn't working for you anymore and need to find another one. But the important thing is that you do have one. So this typical seasonal entry points and exit point often falls like with other church activities such as the fall and the spring, and allows for even short-term studies there. And like launching a space shuttle, there is seasonal, and it takes a lot of fuel. I think majority of the fuel is at the launch, isn't it? I can't remember what the percent is there. And so we need persons who are willing to help facilitate these small groups. As I look around at each and every one of you, we need persons who can help facilitate these small groups and simply lead them. And we'll be happy to help train and educate on how to do so. Page 50 of your dream book. For a small group to truly be successful, they must become part of the church's overall culture, who we are at Genesis. If a small group cannot embrace the culture of the church and what our mission and vision is, and they're really not even part of the body. And that may sound harsh, but it often creates division in the body, and Paul talks about that. We communicate this as part of our DNA and not simply a side dish. I like that language. Small groups are advocates of Genesis mission and not a subculture apart from missions. I think my time is up. Are there any comments or questions? And really, all we're doing here is like, this is the elephant in the room. Here it is. I'm throwing this out there. We got to do something with it. Any other comments or questions?
Well, I think I like what you hit on early on is that our dream is for us to become a large church. And the small groups are going to be essential. I was so excited when I went to Resurrection and went to the session on small groups because, they have 3,000 people in worship service. But that way and I heard this when we started the second service. Well, we won't ever get to see those people. Small groups is your way of bonding with people within and they're essential if we're going to grow. It's essential that we have those small groups so people still have the relationships within the church. So I think that's a crucial piece of it and why we need to have them.
Yeah, Wanda was commenting, you can have a church membership of 3,000, but still feel like a family because of the small group. And thank y'all.
I'm going to give this to Wanda, and I'm just going to have fun with it. I know everybody thinks, because I don't want you to get intimidated by small groups thinking you got to have food. Guys, like I said, I've known people, like I said, colleges, they're just meeting in a dorm. Now, you don't have a dorm, but food while fellowship is often around food. It doesn't have to be food. Because I say that because that sometimes scares people off. I'm inviting people into my house, they got to have food. You can meet at a coffee shop. I used to have a small group that met Books A Million when it used to exist. They can be wherever. We're going to switch some things around. I know it says teams, icebreaker. We're going to do icebreaker first, right?
Now I'm on. If everybody can come back to their seats, you're going to get another little break, like in 5 minutes or so. So I hope that all of you have had the opportunity to read this book. I love this book, and I tried to convince Jeff and Warren that we needed to have today's meeting at the Harley-Davidson store in their showroom or something, but they didn't quite buy that, or to have all the motorcycles come roaring through the parking lot, you know. But one of the things that really stuck out with me, and we've talked about that this year we really want to get work teams really going. We've had a few teams. We've had the evangelism team. We've had, that's really our main big team that we have has been evangelism. And they've done a wonderful job, and they've kind of modeled for us the way teams should work, in that they would meet together, they would report to the board what they planned to do, and they would carry out what they decided. It didn't need board approval or anything. They informed the board of what they were doing. And in the book, in the Harley-Davidson book, on page 28 and 29, it talks about empowering others. You know, and as we've lived through the simplified accountability structure, we have used the leadership board to make a lot of decisions and to do a lot of the work in the church. So now we're at the point where we think we need to empower others. Like I said, the leadership board will be there to hear about plans, things that are going on, but everything will not be decided by the leadership board. It will be if it involves staffing or finances or facility upkeep, that type of thing. But other day-to-day happenings in the church will be done by work teams. And I really liked when he talked about that he had been chosen to be the road captain on one of the rides. On page 28, he talks about this. And, you know, he was like, you know, he said, as team captain of our group, I had difficulty with the thought of asking everyone to follow me for a week. So think about that. If you were the leader of Genesis, would you have trouble asking everyone to follow you? And he decided that he needed to empower others, that everyone didn't need to be following him, but others needed to have that empowerment as well. And so that's what he did. He said, what if I started the ride on the first day? What if I empowered the rider behind me to become the road captain on the second day? I could move to the sweep position at the end of the line. The following day, the next person in the line would lead, and the leader from the day before would drop to the end of the line to become the sweep. And he said, I was willing to take the risk. Surprisingly, the new road captains did a great job. So we are going to be willing to take the risk of having a lot of work teams this year. And once again, as we grow as a church, we feel like these work teams are important. The leadership board cannot continue doing everything. And we've said, and we've heard this over and over, we need more volunteers, we need more people involved. So these work teams will be a way of involving more people and empowering more people and giving more people an opportunity to help. Because we know that we do have people who are willing to help. So as we think about the work teams, and I have to look, I think the first one up is children's ministry. As you all know, Carrie Newman has resigned as director of the children's ministry. She's still on with us right now, and will continue to be with us for a couple more months. But, you know, even before she decided to resign, one of the things that we talked about is having a team to help her instead of, because the children's ministry encompasses a lot of activities and a lot of work. And so it really should not be on one person to do that. So whoever, we want a team to help and to assist, and so that whoever that children's director turns out to be after Carrie doesn't have to go around each time and saying, can you help me decide what to do, or can you help go out and buy things for this, or can you gather things? She would already have a team in place who would be helping her with that, and then recruiting more volunteers if needed. Another work team that we want to have is missions. At this point, we've had a missions chairperson who is Dee Sheffer, and Dee has done a great job, but Dee will tell you that she cannot do it all herself either. And so we would like to have a missions team. And that missions team would assist Dee in not only collections, which we've done a lot of, but also going out into the community, deciding what does Genesis want to be known for as far as missions are concerned. Where do we want missions to go? What do we want it to be? And once again, that team working together to really get us out there in missions and doing everything that we can to be a presence in the community. Evangelism. We've had a great evangelism team. I think they plan on staying on, but I'm sure that they would like to have additional people as well. So that evangelism team is the team that makes the decisions about inviting the community to experience God's unconditional love. How can we get that God's unconditional love out into our community? We've said we want the dream church. That's one of the things we want. So they would focus on meeting the unchurched and dechurched where they are, and then inviting them to come here and be a part of Genesis. And they've done that through like the drive-through prayer, and now my mind's going blank. You all are always doing things. The health fair, the trunk or treat. I mean, they've had several activities a year. They've done the drive-through prayer twice last year during the year. And Allison has been heading up that team and has done a great job. And like I said, I'm sure that they would like to have more help. So, the calendar team. And I know some of you are going, oh, no. This is the team that if any activity in the church that needs to be scheduled, it would go to this team, and this team would say, no, we'll have finished one mission project. We don't want to start one right immediately afterwards. Trying to spread out our activities in the church so that we have a good balance of social, we have a good balance of evangelism, we have a good balance of mission projects. We just generally that there's a good balance of all our activities, good balance of children's ministry activities. And this would be the team that, like I said, everything would go to, and if they said, yep, that would be a good time to do this, then it would go on the church calendar. Okay? Any questions about that? Okay. Hospitality and Welcome Center. We've had Pat Bowles kind of heading up that Welcome Center, and once again, she cannot do it all by herself. She needs help with that. But we also want to take that a step further by also saying that that person would also help with some social events. Let's pretend that, we're just pretending here, that we wanted to do some kind of social event as a farewell for Carrie as she leaves her position as children's director. Then this team would organize that event. It wouldn't have to come from the leadership board. Okay. And then church safety, if you were at the last town hall, you heard about all of our plans for church safety. We need a team that will be in charge of making sure that everything is secured on Sunday mornings before that, during our worship time here. Also to make sure everything gets locked up at the end of the service, that all lights get cut off, that to be in fire marshal code, that all Sunday school, all classroom doors are locked, hallway door, not locked, but shut. All hallway doors are shut. So this team would organize a schedule and would have people to make sure they do that. They would also designate those individuals who will be the ones that if we should have someone that we think might be a potential threat come into the church, they would be the person, the team who would work with that person and identify whether we need additional assistance, whether we need to call 911, what needs to happen. So that church safety team has a lot of different tasks that they would be in charge of. We had AV on there, but we're not doing that one, so we won't go there because we just decided not to include that one. So anyway, and then we have teams that come and go during the year that we did not put on there. These are more of the standing teams that will be going on all the time. We have teams like, for instance, the prayer garden team that's working on the developing a prayer garden. Once that work's done, then that team will go away, okay? We've had a church directory team, okay? Once the church directory is finalized and everything's done, then that team would go away. So throughout the year, as we have special things going on, we will have other teams that are kind of short-term teams. These are more the long-term teams. So, questions? Okay, now, this is where the fun part comes in. I'm going to lay one of these sheets on the different tables around the room, and I would like to encourage every person in this room to sign up for one of these teams. Because we are leaders, we're supposed to be modeling for the congregation, and one way of modeling is to be a part of a team and helping the church grow in that way. We're also going to present this at the town hall as well, so that members of the congregation who are not in this room today will also have the wonderful opportunity of signing up for teams. You also get a little break during this time. So, Jeff, tell me how we are on time. We're till 2:30 maybe? Okay. Start back at 2:30, so you have about a 12-minute break to sign up for a team. And then also take your little break, get snacks, go to the bathroom, do all the things that you need to take care of. And then be back in here ready to roll at 2:30. Okay? Okay, thank you. You can only sign up for the number of blanks that are on the paper. So we don't have 10 people signing up for the same thing. Well, that's up to you. If you're willing to serve on more than one, then you can put your name on the one you're on and another. Okay, so they're spread So if everyone has finished breaking, we'll go ahead and get started back a couple minutes. Good. Okay, if we could all just have a seat. So now the next step, all of you all signed up for something, I think. I mean, I didn't go around and say, oh, yeah, his name's on here, her name's on here, But like I said, we're going to have this out at the town hall and give the congregation a chance to sign up for teams. I would encourage you to be an encourager. So what do you think I mean by that? Pump people up, saying, you know what, I signed up for, and I would love to have you join me on that team. Okay? So that when we roll around to the town hall, we don't go home with just our names on this list, And so really encourage people to be on a team, because we really do need to get more people involved. We've heard that. We keep hearing it, and this is the starting point to getting that done, is to have people on these teams and to spread the wealth. Yes, after the town hall, we will, after they're explained. Okay. Well, we can talk about that. The leadership board can talk about that at our meeting, about when the timeline for doing that. Okay, but I appreciate that. Okay. February, whatever is it the 16th or it's right around, I don't have my calendar right in front of me. The 16th is going to be, and that's getting ready to go in the Vine as well as save the date. We just decided that this past week, so.
It is the 16th.
Yeah, the 16th. I knew it was right around Valentine's Day, but not Valentine's Day, so the 16th. So really, if you know somebody who you think would be good on the team you signed up on, or even if it's not the team you signed up on, say, they're going to have a children's ministry team, and I think you would be really good on that team to help work on activities for children. Encourage people to sign up, okay? Because as we've talked about, if people get personal invitations, they're more likely to do the work and the things that we want done and to become involved with those personal invitations. So I encourage you to do that. Thank you all.
I'm hoping you all read the Harley Davidson book. That was the easiest of the reads. Like I said, I made the dream optional. I know the board will be looking at the dream book. But I like the Harley Davidson book. I appreciate you giving kudos to it, because he addressed the similarities between the church and Harley Davidson to challenge people to get to learn to know their culture and the people, which is important. I think about this. Jesus, I truly believed, knew his culture. He knew who he came for. He knew his target market. He knew he came for what? He said, I came for the lost. And sadly, I think there have been times we as the Church Universal, we've gotten it right, and I think there are times we've gotten it wrong. I think that's why John Wesley, he set tried to fix the Anglican Church, because I think that was one of those times the church, at least the Anglican Church, lost sight of what their mission was. And I think that book, I hope you saw, remind us of that. It also reminds us of a fact, and I think that I know people hate to hear the gloom and doom stuff, but it is a truth. 3/4 of established churches in the United States are declining, or are dying. But then you've got businesses like Harley that have relate and they adapt and they continue on. I think about cities I've been to, and there's large Harley Davidsons. You go down the Strip in Vegas, there's a huge Harley Davidson. You go to small towns like Asheboro, and there's a Harley Davidson. So they're hitting, big cities, small cities. You've got bikers, and you've got established businessmen, right? They attract people on a global scale, from the small recreational biker to the serious biker. So they've been intentional on reaching, and I think sometimes the church has often disconnected from the culture around us. But for it to thrive, we got to reconnect with the people that are around us. And Harley's secret was, if you read the book early on, page 7 and 8, they were outward focused. And we touched on that last year, because page 7 says Harley strives to be outward focused. Through their product, through their branding, they strive to be outward focused. And they also tried to make sure the main thing was the main thing. And I think that speaks to us as a church. We need to be outward focused, and we need to be consistent with our main thing. And I'm going to pretend I'm just a complete idiot, and you're probably thinking he is a complete idiot. But our main thing is what? One word. You got one word. What's our main thing? Good. If you said it wrong, I was going to leave. I was going to pack up shop and hit box 5, retirement. Main thing is Jesus. Nothing else matters. I mean, I appreciated y'all put up there actively to be Jesus in the world, getting to know Jesus. Our main thing is Jesus. Our main thing is Jesus. So an example of how this can take place in being an outward-focused church is looking at everything through the lens and seeing how do we tweak it. Paul Nicker said, Doug Pacer, who came and spoke with us, he's been sending us his newsletter he subscribes to, and sometimes I forward this on to you guys. But Paul Nickerson was talking about how the most run-of-the-mill event or social event can be an outreach event. Everything we do can, if we're intentional about it, can be an outreach event. Everything can be an outreach event. And I think when we see that, and I think when there's numbers, it excites people. I was thinking about this, and this is just the example when I was preparing for you guys. I thought back to when we had the Thanksgiving meal, and that was a good time. There were, 90 of us here in this room? 90 of us in this room. But what if we tweaked it somehow? And this is just an example, and I can see this. I'll get thrown under the bus probably shortly. What if we moved it off of Thanksgiving? What if we had a meal, for example, summertime, had it instead of Thanksgiving, because we've all got our own individual Thanksgiving meals, but what if we had a meal outside and we decided what it would look like to invite the community to it? I know that would scare the heck out of people. I think about a men's group meeting when I walked into it, and maybe I don't know if you were at that one, Warren, but, and the question was, do we have breakfast or not for the sunrise meal? And the fear was, well, what if we don't have enough food or too many people show up? To me, that's a good problem. But I think what happens, is sometimes we get limited. And I think, going back to what you threw out there, was what if we just responded like the Holy Spirit said to respond, being intentional about it? So I say that, what if we could look at every event and what can we do differently to make sure that it's intentionally an outreach ministry? Whether it's a meal or whatever. Instead of 90, what if we had hundreds? What if we had hundreds? I love, and it's been on my to-do list, it comes up every 2 months, and I'll just say it now, You know, I love like Rise Ministry. Rise Ministry puts, is it Rise Ministry? I think so. They prepare the pre-packed meals. You know, and I was thinking, well, what it would be instead of, if we can't, say, get our people to buy into doing a huge outreach meal, what would it look like? I think you guys did it at Windsor Hills, didn't they? Didn't they do it where they did them come in and they did the 10,000 meals on site? Am I crazy? Yeah. And it's not very expensive, so we can get our people to buy into giving to that. And it gets them hands-on ministry, you know, preparing meal. I could think setting up the tables out there in the parking lot, preparing meals, saying, hey, we're going to feed 10,000 people, literally 10,000 people. We're going to put together 10,000 meals. And the cool thing is it gets a lot of energy. You're done in, an hour max. You're putting together meals for 10,000 people. But again, I say that because Harley's trying to get into so many ways, but I think we as a church could be doing the same thing. What would it look like to make sure that everything we do is intentionally outreach related? So I just say that to challenge us to think, and that's what the Harley Davidson book was about. And it also talked about how do we live out of our passion and loyalty. And I guess that's the question we have to ask ourselves. The question which I think all three books touched on, and this book in specifically, is are we in love with the church or are we in love with Jesus? Do you see the difference? Can someone help me out on that? I'm going to play dumb. What does it mean to be in love in the church versus being in love with Jesus?
You might love the building or the people who go there.
You're satisfied to come here on Sunday morning and fellowship with each other without ever taking it out into the community.
Versus, what does it mean to be in love with Jesus?
I think I oversimplify it. One is inward focused, the other is outward focused.
That's all right. That's it. I mean, there's a lot to it. I think about a conversation we had on Thursday. You know, to be in love with Jesus, you know, we were reviewing something, you know, as a Christmas letter, and which led to conversations for us, you know. And we talked about, and we've all, I mean, some of you guys do that. You send out Christmas letters to us, and which that's fine and dandy. But we didn't see anything in there about the church. You know, and a lot of these Christmas letters that come out from our church don't talk about the involvement that you do in the church, but you may put the other things that you're involved in, but it didn't have the church. The church was never mentioned. So what if we had the same passion we have out there in other stuff? What if we could have that same passion here and carry it out there? And I think that's what we said. How would we figure out how to look at that, encourage our people here at church, the things that we're passionate about? I know there are a bunch of tech fans in this room, but what if we had that same passion for the church as we do for Virginia Tech, or what else? People know we're passionate about that, but do they know the same passion that you have for Genesis and reaching others? And I guess, and I know you've asked this question, we've talked about it here, but if we're passionate about Jesus, what would it look like? I mean, if we as a church are passionate about Jesus, what would it look like? You can answer it or not. And if the church makes a difference in your life, Jesus makes a difference in your life, do you know why, and are you willing to share that with others? So if we're passionate about Jesus, what would it look like? An example of what that looks like to me is being a church of second chances. You know, giving people second chance again. I shared about like how Jackie had found hope in the church because, you know, her family viewed her as the hellion. But here, a church welcomed her, and she felt comfortable enough to sit on the front row to the point that she says, I want to be baptized and get to know this Jesus guy. I think that's something that we need to consider. Like a bike group, if you look at the book, it talks about that there's this thing about being intentional about journeying together. And that's why Warren spent 30 minutes talking about small groups, because for a biker group to work, they journey together. For us being passionate about Jesus, we need to learn how to journey together. Because the truth is, guys, we live in a world of isolation. I know people think we're more connected before because we have things like Facebook and other social media, but I truly believe that we're more isolated than ever before. But Jesus is to be experienced, and Jesus is to be lived out into the world. I know I'm passionate about social media and ministry, and I have the other thing that's on my bucket list is small groups, and through Facebook. I think I've shared that with you maybe before, how to create small groups in the Facebook world and things like that. But and that was something I learned at Resurrection, because that was something they were experiencing. But I really think true relation is found with people. And I think, how do we live out Jesus in the world around us? And I know that's a challenge, and even the book talked about that. Even the inclusive mindset can be challenging to us as a church. And the church has always struggled to accept unique subcultures, especially those on the fringes of society. But Harley didn't. Harley accepts all. They sell to all. But even as a church, we as a church, we're called to love. So I say that to get you to think, do we have a genuine interest in those that come in our doors on a Sunday? Do we have a genuine interest? And in the book, it talked about church leaders must model a genuine interest in those who come through our doors. And, we talked about the things that people are looking at when they come into a church, but are they seeing a genuine interest that we spend time to care and to get to know them? And I know that's where a small group picks up that, but I think they're also looking at how, as we as leaders and pastors, are we showing a genuine interest? Are we doing life together as a church? Are we even doing life together? Again, I'm trying to double down on his small groups, because I think that's important. Because the unchurched and the church, they long to be loved, and they long to be accepted. And I think we as a church have been given this great opportunity, and that's to love with God's unconditional love. So what if the church, not just Genesis, but the church as a whole, what if we looked, at people for positive attributes rather than automatically rejecting subcultures that we don't agree with? And I don't think we do that here at Genesis. But I do think we do label people. I do think, I'm going back to Alan, he said we need to be accepting of, and it was a label. Well, what if we didn't see people as labels, and we just saw them as individual people beloved by Jesus Christ? So, the question goes for this, and this one you may not be able to answer now. How do we communicate the good news about Jesus as a unique fit for everyone? Think about that one. How do you communicate the good news about Jesus as a unique fit for everyone? I mean, Harley's reaching what? They're reaching the one percenters, to the outlaw one percenters, to the recreational warriors. They welcome individuality. They welcome diversity. So how do we let the world know that Jesus is a fit for everyone? Now, and I love this on page 22. It says, rather than squeezing everyone into the same mold, the church can celebrate uniqueness. But I think at the same time, we got to realize that how we do ministry is not the same as we did it in the past. The good news is still the good news, but how do we do ministry is not the same. I will pick on myself in youth ministry. Pre-Jeff, I was not around in the 50s. If you were around in the 50s, you can tell me, but my guess is how we did youth ministry in the 50s is not the same as we did when I entered the 80s. In the 50s, it was a walk-in, come to church. Everything was around the church. The 80s, It was okay. We still had blue laws for a while. 90s, it was not the same as the 80s because then we had to start competing with recreational events. Today, how we do youth ministry is not the same as we did it in the 90s and definitely not the same as the 50s. So I think the church is constantly has to adapt. And I think and the book touched on this, every aging organization, and I know we're a merger, and as of a church plan of July 1st, but I think we need to go back to the drawing board and ask what makes us great. You know, what makes us great now, and what are we called to do different? And every couple of years, we need to go back and ask ourselves, what are we doing great now, and what things could we do differently? In fact, Vanna, I would ask you to ask that question. I need you. It's not on my things too, but I feel led to go there. Sorry. I need you to say, like this, divide this puppy in half. That's.
Oh my goodness gracious, Jeff! You just ruined Vanna's board. But that's
So what do we do great here at Genesis? What do we do great here at Genesis? And what could we improve on? Do we do it? I mean,
loyalty to our members, loyalty of our members.
could you flesh that out for me?
Our members show up, they're loyal to the church. They don't always volunteer, which is the part we need to improve on. But I was looking at the numbers from last week and this week of our congregation, and it's almost identical, at least in the traditional service. So they're showing up at least to the service.
Okay.
I think so far we're doing great with having 2 services.
Okay.
I mean, that seems to be going real well.
Yeah.
I don't know what y'all think. Y'all are at the pulpit.
I think where we are, we always keep thinking we could always use more people. But then I have a friend, the one just called me at 2:20. That's why I stepped out, and he says, you got to quit getting focused on numbers. He said, because God will work through it if you're doing the right stuff. But that's hard because I'm always thinking about numbers, I'll be honest. And I think we both are. So, yeah, I think I was talking to, like, Bonsack. Bonsack does the 2 services model, too, but the difference is we got 2 pastors. We are looking at the same scripture, but you got live pastors.
But do they do them at the
Same time. Same time. One's originally just a sidetrack. This is called when Bonsack did that. Originally the pastor was going to preach in the modern service and feed himself into the traditional service. But the money givers were in the traditional service, so he's in the traditional service feeding himself into the modern service. So yeah, we have live pastors. So what else do we do great? What do we need to improve on?
We do well with missions when we're doing collections. If it's we can bring stuff up.
Okay.
The mission collection.
Yes.
I think you do a great job of communicating what we're about. You know, the Genesis, a place for new beginnings.
Yeah, you can even see why you walk in here.
Yeah, I think we do a really good job communicating.
Okay. And you know that because you do the same stuff over there, right? At Windsor. I mean, so you can look at it from an outside as well as an inside eyes.
No, we don't do it like that.
No, but I'm saying you can see it from as an outsider and an insider at the same time. Because she's on staff at Windsor, in case y'all didn't know that, right? Yeah. What else?
We do well with the pastors staying involved. Even if they can't show up, they're going to be involved somehow in the event, whether it's helping planning or getting people there.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's really important too. I think the pastors are very passionate
Okay. So are you talking about us as pastors, or are you talking about us as a church?
I'm talking about y'all as pastors
Okay.
being the guide for the church to move
Okay.
forward.
Okay. Okay.
Maybe we need a sheet for what we do great.
And what we need improvement on?
We won't have one big enough.
I know. Yeah.
Thank you, Savannah.
I think we need the improve on side. It goes back to the more activities, of course. So more family activities. And also, like you were talking about, just reaching out to people. Like on this side, you said like you didn't think anybody had ever kind of reached out. While you were not here, there was a time when I was doing all the children's activities
Hmm.
that we went door to door in this neighborhood back here, inviting them to, I don't know if it was VBS or the Easter egg hunt or something.
Did they come?
So, but that's the only time I know it's been
Hmm.
done. So actually getting out and
Yeah.
whether we take a little small bag of goodies with the invitation, or some kind of activity thing showing like this is what we have to
Yeah.
offer, and just saying, ask them, can we pray for you?
Yeah. And it may be as simple as that, just knowing this is a safe place that they can come, even if they're just part of the Christmas and Easter crowd, whatever, or for a pastoral need.
And even improve our mindset. We've got a lot of stubbornness, and I'm not saying in this group, but as a church.
Unwilling to change, you mean?
Yeah, they need to understand that change is crucial right now. And it doesn't have to be all at once, but you have to be able to give a little.
Can you see those in your camera, Alan? Okay.
And Savannah, I think you were going there when you said mission collections we're great at. The flip side of that is
Serving.
going and doing missions we're not so good
Which
at.
is what I was thinking that
We need to improve on.
I was thinking the outreach community kind of covered that part.
Okay.
See, I see this outreach and community of
Evangelism?
know about the church and,
Okay.
and inviting rather than us.
So then the other one I have written is missions, where it's event attendance or volunteers or outreach in that sense.
Can we say go and do
Works for
mission?
me.
Yeah.
Which basically means more people getting involved.
Mm. What else? Anything else? This is just a good thing. There's no answers. It's just reality checks. And I think that's one thing, when you look at the book, it says every so often we need to do reality checks just to be honest in this place. That way, when they go back to the board meeting, I know you're on the board, hey, we know that this is that we're stuff we're good at, how do we use our strengths. But guys, we're going to have these buffers we're going to run into. How do we work on them? Anything else?
Bringing in a younger congregation as well.
Hmm.
Can't fill if you don't have building blocks.
Yeah. Dad's got something. He's raising his hand or scratching his head again.
And I'm reflecting back on the merge, a very cooperative spirit there between both
Yeah.
churches to come in as one. I think that's something I think we've done.
That should be in our do great.
Do great, but also still connected with that to improve on is to grow that out. It's like we're happy and content in a way with where we are because, oh wow, we have some new people, there's
Hmm.
energy, and there is a lot of excitement with that. And again, we've done a great job. Not every church merge
No.
works as well, but now we've come together like a family, and now it's time to grow the family.
Yeah. So we did great, like you said, for those in the back down here. We did great on the merging part because there was cooperative spirit. But how can we take that and now grow from it, not be content, right? Thank you.
And Warren, I want to piggyback at the
Mhm.
right?
Yeah,
In
district
say,
charge
in a
conference.
district conference. We did get a shout out from the DS about our merger. He was talking about great things that had been
Happen
going
on the
on
district level.
in the district level, and he gave Genesis a shout out for the merger, the fact of what each church had to give up to become one, and it was
Yeah.
it was pretty cool that he recognizes that.
I think that's one thing I look at. On the district level, I think there's more excitement outside from the district level at times than there is inside. I don't know if you ever feel that, but I think sometimes they look at it more exciting than sometimes here. I think, like you said, the content part. We're content that we're, and it is a lot to swallow, not to be funny. There was a lot of changes, you know. I think from the hunting side, we gave up a building, a home for some people 50, 60 years. So maybe they need a breather. But I do think that we can't be content with the breather. Can I get you to stay up here?
Yes.
The next question would be is why do we exist? And what's our destination? So as we reflect, why do we exist? I mean, why is there Genesis? Why do we exist? What were you going to say? Siri, why do we exist? Why do we exist? I can't read. Through Jesus. Did you say go home now?
That's the end of the list.
If we have any Presbyterians background in catechism, I'll say to know God and enjoy Him forever.
To know God and enjoy Him forever?
That's in a catechism. That's the very. What is the chief end of man, or what?
Mm.
Why do we? That's what. That is.
Okay, you said to know God.
And enjoy Him forever.
Why do we exist? To spread God's love, is that what you said?
I'm sorry, Savannah. God's love. Okay.
Basically, it's a great commission.
The Great Commission, thank you. That's why we're here. Yeah. I mean, the Great Commission is to go make disciples. That's why we're here. Why do we exist is that. These are all of that taking place of it. I would give you the ding, ding, ding. That's why we're here. We're here. In fact, I realized when I was preparing for the day, and I know if Rob were here, she saw that, because if I had my secret shopper sister viewing us, she said, you know, you don't have your mission statement on there. And I said, it's right here on my newsletter. And then she said, but it's not on your website. And I said, crap. So, yeah, but I say that so the world knows what we are. The world knows we're a place, like you said, Hope Life, beginning to say, hear it through us. But our people need to believe that. We need more of those stories like the Jackie stories or the lady that came just for a one-time prayer event and found hope. So, yeah, and how do we do that? We have on our newsletters, we have now on our website, we see it in our board meetings, but I think now we have to go from lip service to being intentional about it. Because I heard you all say, I think everything in this, the mission is to go make disciples of Jesus Christ. Anything else is secondary to that. Go make disciples of Jesus Christ. We say our vision to make, as that plays out, is to provide. As we go make disciples of Jesus Christ, and I appreciate Warren, because we had all word in. We were sitting at Oakland Baptist. That's our visiting space. And you said, how do we make this so it's not as much of a mouthful? So he's good at shortening that down. And so we go make disciples of Jesus Christ. Our vision is to provide hope, life, new beginnings, to change lives, and to transform the world. As we go make disciples, this takes place. Our purpose at Genesis is to teach people about Jesus so that, what? Why do we teach people about Jesus? I love you. So they can go be Jesus. And I said that this morning. I said, I want to be more than just a sign you pass going out the door. Our purpose is so that about Jesus, so they can go be Jesus. And our journey together, whether it's in small group or here as a large group, is to know, love, and serve Jesus. Jesus is underlying it all. Everything else is secondary to Jesus. And I think it's our focus on Jesus. We go make disciples. Activities outside of the church, they're going to take place. Why? Because you're going to go be Jesus. Jesus wasn't limited to the temple. Jesus was involved with all people. Jesus welcomed all. Jesus knew who they were because Jesus got to spend time with them. Sitting at the well with a woman, just talking to him. Actively be Jesus. I'm just going through a dream church. Actively be Jesus in the world. So I say that. So I just want you, even though it's on our board, guys, I just think we really, especially as leaders, we need to be intentional. Ask ourselves, if we're planning events in the calendar committee, and we says do these things, like Nickerson said, how do we transform an event? How do we make it so it's truly an outreach ministry as well as something we're doing for fun? Is it making disciples? Is it? Because you can have fun and still make disciples, right? I mean, you can. It doesn't mean either or. You can do both. You can provide hope, life, and new beginnings by building relationships. You're teaching people about Jesus just by spending time with them and loving them. So we need to plan time. We need to spend time making sure we flesh out everything we do through those lens of that. Whether it's in your teams or small groups, I truly think we need to look at our mission, vision, purpose, and journey. Everything, team-wise, leaders-wise, whether it's space-wise, that we're using, whatever, making sure it fits under that. In your book, it says to have a successful bike ride, you plan, and the same thing has to happen here. And I appreciate you guys said we communicate well. I do think we communicate pretty well, but I think we can always do better. But communication is the key to get people involved. So, and again, here's one of the questions they asked in the book, and this is a slide that you said, is how long has it been since we carefully looked at our church? These are the road trip questions. If you looked at it, it's on page 27. How long has it been since we carefully looked at our church? And I think this is a good time. We're a new church. If we look at it through the church plant lens, we're a new church. So this is a good time to be dreaming. I know we have, but we go on rabbit trails when we get together always. We're going to plan a sermon. We're going to rabbit trail on what can we be doing differently. So this is a good time to be dreaming. We don't dream. We don't have to be limited in the past. So we need to ask, how do we need to carefully consider what we look at. Let me try it again. We need to constantly be carefully looking at ourselves as a church. We need to constantly be asking, what is our history? What brought us here? And what strengths and weaknesses make us our church today? And that's why I just ask, what do we do well? What do we need to improve on? What is the church really communicating? And does anyone know that we exist? Do we think that this community really knows we exist? Truthfully. You're looking at me. Uh-oh. Okay.
I mean, I'm just thinking that's what they, right now, that's what they recognize
Okay.
as, because the sign changed.
It's a sign change. Okay.
I mean,
No, I appreciate you being truthful. So it goes, is the church really communicating to us? And I think we're not communicating is that we're a new church. We're trying to do things different. We're trying to be place of hope, life, new beginnings. So I think we need to be intentional in that. So do we have a big idea, and is it communicated regularly to the community that we serve in? And I guess you're telling me right there we're sort of missing that boat right now. Anyway, under the section in your book, if you got to open page 35, under the section called Staying the Course, it says Harley Davidson learned to stay on course by keeping their main thing as the main thing. And over the last 2,000 years, Christians have made the church the central and principal icon of Christianity rather than Jesus. I think we could say that has happened even here at times. So we must ask, what is our product and what are we promoting? Are we endorsing an organization or offering a relationship with Jesus Christ? I appreciate you saying the saving thing because I think that's important. Our heart should break if we're not saving people. So what would be different if the church had kept focus on Jesus, not just as individuals, but as a community? And whether or not, on page 66, whether or not we admit it, Christ has called his followers to be his promoters. He is the central focus, and he is the product our world needs now. And it's all wrapped into what you just said, Georgiana, the Great Commission. And if we keep the focus on Jesus and sharing Jesus out there, if our focus is always on sharing Jesus, I think it truly allows us to change. If our focus is, I think we talked about those, where's the buffer section? I call it something we bumped up in time, understanding that change is crucial, things we need to improve on. I think if our focus is always on Jesus, I don't think you run into those obstacles. I truly don't. I mean, change takes place if we're focused on Jesus. Outreach takes place if we're focused on Jesus. Our heart breaks because we're focusing on Jesus. Because we're called to, under the Great Commission, Georgiana, you called it out there. What are we supposed to do in the Great Commission? What's the Great Commission call us to do? Go make disciples. Where's it go make disciples? No, that's good. That's all right. We're called to go make disciples. Go make, which means go means there's something about doing. We got to go make disciples. Disciples are followers. We're trying to make more little Jesuses. I don't know if that's correct. But to do that, you got to be out there. You got to be out there in the world. And I think sometimes we get intent. I will ask this, and you don't raise your hand on this because it'll probably break my heart. How many have friends outside of the church? I think about that because some of us, our relationships are limited to the church. I think about when we used to have there was a small group that was pulled together of pastors back when Steve Hunley was together, and the question was asked, how many unchurched friends do you currently have? That was the question. And the truth is, as pastors, there were several that said they had no unchurched friends. Which meant if we have no unchurched friends, or no de-churched friends, what does that mean? Huh? Do what? We're not building relationships out there. Yeah, we're not building relationships. So I say that because of some of the things that we do, we can be building relationships with. In fact, I think it's important to see how can we build relationships outside our doors. I don't want to say, so Rhonda's my unchurched friend, and I say, I'm going to go be on her, she's going to become my unchurched friend, but I do think it's the importance of how can we be building relationships out there, whether it's the guy that you meet at Kroger's, or Starbucks, or whatever. I know that's what I used to do, and I failed on that. I pick on myself, I failed on that recently, because I used to build relationships just by being intentionally spending time at Starbucks. But how many unchurched friends do we presently have? And if you think about that, and if you say, Jeff, I don't have any unchurched or de-churched friends, that means, and all my relationships are here, then we're not being the church out there. So that's how do we build relationships with those out there, whether those are gyms or groups that we may be involved with out there? So how does the church, that was a question in your book, page 75. How does the church become outward focused? We talked about it, so I'm just going to play dumb again and pretend it's my caffeine that's waning. How does the church, i.e. Genesis, become outward focused? Because y'all said that's something we need to be doing, activities outside church. That was the first thing on the Dream Church. How does this church become outward focused? Okay. Sure.
Although it's very generic, it's effective. Begin with asking God to bring someone in your life that you can witness to.
Mhm. In your prayer time, yeah.
Yeah, and just make that a prayer time.
Do what now?
He said make it a goal. He said pray that God puts those people in your path, right?
Yes.
That's what Ray does. Every time he goes to Kroger's, like I said, he prays that God will put somebody in his path.
And I think the other thing about that is having an open heart to whomever might appear to you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I think in the book he talked about he never knew at what intersection he might need somebody who would be open to the word. So he always had the book or something, and
Yeah, it was John or something.
yeah, so that it's just, and sometimes we get so busy in our day-to-day life that our minds and our hearts are just not open to the fact that this person that I'm walking past or having a brief interaction with might actually um, be open to hear a quick word.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that sense of personal openness to whatever God might lay
Yeah.
before you.
Can you tell me a quick way to say what you just said? Because it sounded really good, but I don't know that I can put it up here.
I think she's a double down on
This.
warrants. When that person comes in your path, being open to it.
Yeah, being aware.
Situational awareness.
Yeah.
Being aware that this person might be somebody that God is calling you to minister to.
Mm-hmm.
I guess that openness, awareness.
I like the situational awareness. The situation being
Mm-hmm.
for God's draw, whatever.
Yeah.
Does openness have 2 ends?
You're asking the wrong person. Open. Ken, does openness have, do you know?
1 end?
Open is two ends. Siri, does openness have 2 ends? No. You asked, yeah. I know you had the side conversation. What was that?
Some of it, I heard a snippet about Jimmy Carter this past week that somebody had asked him who he was, and he said, of course, God, Jesus. And he said, and whoever I'm standing next to, wherever I am.
Hmm.
And I thought that was a real.
Oh, that's pretty deep. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Volume.
Yeah. I do want to, I'm going to let you, anything else on here? And I'm going to throw one out for you.
Is this another list or not?
No.
Okay.
Well, I would like us to consider on this, and this is what I just want the board to help me with. I would really like to hire, even if it's whatever, invite a focus group, to develop a focus group, to see those that are presently not a part of this church. I'd like to get their input. I'd like to know what do they know about us? What could we be doing differently? What are the needs that you have? Businesses have focus groups. I'm not saying we're a business, but to be successful, I think we need to be intentional about getting to know our community. And I like that idea of a focus group. So outward focus, I would like to just throw on here. I know I write like crap. Focus group. I just want you to chew on that idea. Because I'm probably going to have one myself just to start using as a sounding board for some of the sermon series we go on. Like, what would they like to hear? An unchurched, de-churched, but what would they like to hear in this message? Here's what I'm looking at. What would you like to hear? So I would like them to consider, from that, Harley would not be successful or business would not be successful if they weren't getting to know their customers, if they not stayed true to their vision. For our vision, we have to be focused on Jesus. Our vision, mission is to make disciples, which means we need to get to know those in our community, however we do this. But I do think we need to be intentional. And the first place to begin is, like Warren said, is just praying that God will put people in our path and being open to those situations. Like I said, mine a bit, nothing against you guys traveling on planes with you anymore, but I know in business world, when I used to go travel and I'd be on the plane and I'd want to be in my own individual world, but somebody always say, hey, what are you going? What are you doing? And I'd have to talk. But then they'd find out that I was a pastor, and instead of having to get out of my pace, they would usually share their faith story. What? And usually what it was is why they didn't go to church anymore. And I would learn so much from them. And I think I need to be, picking on myself, I need to be more intentional being out there with those relationships. I need to be, and Rebecca knows that was one of the things I want to do, is I want to spend more time in Starbucks making that fit. But that will be different for each of us. We're going to talk about a road trip in a second because it talks about that in 87, but I turn this to you with your road trip exercise.
Good to step. Now it is. So talking about, the road trips that the Harley Davidson book talked about and everything made me think of this little activity. So, when we think about where we are currently, where we want to be, what we need to do to get there, when I look at that list of what we need to do to be a dream church, I think it coincides with this activity very well. Didn't know you all were going to come up with that list, so thank you all very much. But I have 3 different signs up, and the one that's back there that you can't see real well from right here is a country road. Pretend you're driving down this country road. What do you have to do as you drive on country roads? Slow down. Watch for animals. Okay, so be observant of things around you. Okay, so go slowly. Be aware of things around you, especially animals. Wave to people. You need to be friendly then. You need to wave to people. Okay. Just a little, not like, it's just kind of like one of these hands up kind of thing. Not like, oh, yeah, I know that person kind of wave. Okay. It's just kind of like an acknowledgement wave. Okay. So then over here we have a 2-lane highway. How is your driving different on a 2-lane highway? Okay. Okay, so over there you might have to be more focused on others and yours. Okay. And here, the 2-lane, you may have to, your others can get around you. You don't have to be might not be as focused on others. More unknown? Known rules. Okay, yes. Okay. And you kind of have some lines there to help guide you, right? We're on the country road. A lot of times you have no lines. It's just drive down the middle till you meet a car, right? I grew up on a country road, so I know. Okay, how does that then compare to this interstate highway over here we have? Okay, go fast. You're in the fast lane. No left lane loafers. Okay, he's been reading the VDOT signs. Okay.
It's a different type of situational awareness because now you have a trailer here.
Okay, that's very true, especially if you're on 81 on Sunday afternoon. Okay, but you're pretty much in that fast lane a lot. You've increased your speed. You're getting where you're going a lot quicker than if you had to take that country road from here to Richmond. I came back from Richmond this morning. Okay, if we had to take a country road, I may not be here by now. Okay, because I had to go at a much slower pace. Okay, if I was on this yesterday going to Richmond, we went 460. Okay, and then today we came back 81, 64, 81. So it was a different amount of time that it's taking. We were going different speeds, all of that. Getting to the same place, but in different ways. Okay, so I'm going to ask you some questions about Genesis and how you think we're doing with different situations. And you have to decide if you think we're on this country road, if we're on this 2-lane highway, where we're making some progress, okay? Country road, we're getting there slowly. Maybe 2-lane, we're getting there a little bit faster. And the interstate, we are zooming along. We know where we're going. We got that destination in mind, and we are ready to get there, okay? So you will go and move to the sign that where you think we are. This is your own personal opinion, not what anyone else in this room thinks. And then when you get there, I want you to talk about within your group why you chose that highway. Okay? Everybody ready? Ginger's looking at me like, oh no. I'm sorry, this is the teacher coming out in me and all of that. I'm sorry. So, how is Genesis doing with making all people feel welcome? It's your chance to move around. Everybody needs to move out of their seats. It's your chance to get up and move around, including you. You're waiting?
I'm waiting
Oh.
to see what their observation is first.
Hmm. Okay, Warren, move. Okay, you go. Where are you? Okay, talk among yourselves why you chose the road you're on. You can't talk if you're in a straight line, folks. You have to kind of get together, pretend you like each other. So. Well, I'd like to see you be half and half, but. Okay, what I'd like to do at this point is ask one person from each group to kind of summarize some of the things you talked about. Okay, and I'm going to go, and I heard this group say that Savannah, I think, is going to be the spokesperson, so that's the reason I'm calling on them first, because I was here and could listen in. So, you want to come up here to the mic? They won't hear you online or in the recording.
I don't know how to use microphones. They don't give me microphones normally. So we were kind of saying that we've seen worse that we've done, but we feel like we're doing better. There's definitely improvements that need to happen, but we think we have improved from where we are. And then what we were kind of talking about is, unfortunately, we are probably closer to a dirt road than the interstate, but we think we are in between at the moment, where we've at least got a path on which way we're going.
Okay, this group?
Alan says because I have the mic, which is not fair. But I will say, Savannah, because we were like, at least us, because she had a whole different interpretation, which kudos to her. We were like you. We didn't see us really here, and we didn't really see us there. So we could have, that's what I was thinking, we split ourselves in paths. We still saw room for improvement. We weren't stuck here, but we had to pick one, so that's why we picked this one. But like she found beauty in the country. She had a whole different understanding of it, because she saw like the highway as one that was basically disconnected, all flying along, not personalized. So am I correct? At least here she saw the intimate relationship in the country road.
That we're slowing down to make those relationships.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we have to admit that we saw it different. We saw it probably more like Savannah's group did. We saw us split between here. But she had a cool interpretation.
And that's true if you're driving on a road, too. Some people like driving on those country roads everywhere they go, and some people want to get there quickly on the interstate. So, it's all perspective. So, okay, next one. How is Genesis doing with reaching out to our community and being a presence in our community? How is Genesis doing with reaching out to our community and being a presence in the community? Warren, please just go ahead and move. Okay, you know the routine. Talk among yourselves while you chose that one. Okay, if I could have we have some people on each one of these roads and highways. So if I could have someone, a spokesperson for the country road, to come up to the microphone.
So this one, especially for Alice and I, we are in the evangelism group, and we see firsthand that we don't have the numbers to help us, and only so many people can run an event. And we have big ideas as a church, whether it's our group, whether it's the youth ministry, whether it's the children's ministry. or just missions as a whole, but we don't have the support yet. And I mean, that's a problem all around, but we can't bring people in the church if we don't have the support from the church.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, our 2-lane highway.
We acknowledge what she said, but we also realize that there have been some steps in improvement over the last year. So that's why we gave them the regular 2-lane highway.
Right. Okay.
We think there's more growth, of course, like that. We acknowledge that.
So we've made progress, but we're not where we
No, we're
want
close,
to
yeah.
be. We've decided, well, we can get off. We feel comfortable getting off that country road to
Yeah.
get on the 2-lane highway, but we're not ready yet to go on the interstate.
Right.
Is that right?
We'll buy that one. It's good
Okay.
at definition.
Okay, and Alan and Nancy, one of you want to come up here? This is the interstate highway group.
And my interpretation of this interstate is completely off base, I guess. Because to me, when I'm on an interstate, almost like I have blinders on. I'm just getting from here to there. I don't care what's going on in the neighborhoods. I don't care who's on the highway as long as they're not cutting me off. So to me, I guess I've seen this interstate highway is, with this merger and everything, we've been kind of on this just get from here to there and sometimes with blinders on. So rather than paying attention, I need to get off this exit, go into this neighborhood, we're just zooming right through. So I saw that highway as being kind of a negative.
A negative thing.
Yeah, that's my opinion.
So you're the kind of person, if you were driving, you'd want to go a more scenic route, and so you can slow down. And yes, I like, Nancy, that you're looking at it from a different lens. That's great, and perfect. So I'm going to do, I think, probably time for one more. I can't remember how much time I have, but this kind of goes along with what Nancy was just saying. How do you think we're doing with adjusting? How the church as a whole, okay, not just the people in this room, but when we think about everyone who attends church, that type of thing, how have we done, or how are we doing adjusting to change? We've come together, and Warren and Jeff kept referring to it as the Brady Bunch when we came together. And how has the Brady Bunch done as far as coming together and accepting the change? I might be having to share a room with somebody who I didn't know last week, or, whatever. And I'm just thinking of the Brady Bunch. How am I doing with all these people in my house, and they weren't here before? And I've had to make changes. So what road are we on as far as adjusting to those changes and changes that might be coming up? How do you think we'll be doing? Wow. Yeah. Okay, well, come together then, since everybody's in this same group. All of you, once again, you can't talk if you're in a straight line, folks. Communication. It involves looking at each other. Okay, go ahead. Why did you choose all of you chose the 2-lane highway, so talk among yourselves.
I'll be the first to say I heard grumbles of why are we changing this, but at the same time I've seen so much progress. And it's very positive changes that even the people that fuss about the changes end up coming around. Now granted, we probably still don't know how to use half lanes, but we're on the right way.
So since all of you are in the same group, if you talk, please just come over to the microphone, since, instead of just having one person. So, okay. So any other comments? I'm sure I'd like to hear from others of why you chose the 2-lane highway with regards to change. I know some people have opinions, thoughts other than Savannah, because you chose a highway. So.
Oh, I have a mic. I have a mic. Silly man. I do get frustrated sometimes, but I do, like you said. I've seen example, I'll pick on Rebecca joining today to see that there's a class that normally goes to traditional worship said, hey, I want to come in here and support one of our people joining. To me, that's a win. Or what we did at Christmas, having part of us go up there. And they said that was pretty cool. That's when, yes, they may have grumbled and complained with the two services at start, but that they're adapting. So, yeah, I'm like, we're still in the two-lane highway. There's pushback at times, but it's not the one-lane road not killing each other.
Okay, anybody else have anything they'd like to share with the group? Warren, you and Ginger have been doing a lot of talking, so there's bound to be some ideas there.
Yes, she doesn't like the microphone, so I told her I would try to speak. If I get this right, still a lot of grumbling from people here as we've come together, trying to get adjusted to one another and the activities, whereas not necessarily doing just completely new things, like trying to do a little bit of what we used to do. Maybe like, I guess take the Brady Bunch maybe, is they came together and they grumbled about how they did things in the past, as opposed to just saying, hey, this is new, let's just do new, fresh things. Did I get that right? Fantastic.
Okay, anybody else want to talk, please? Anybody else want to share? Alan, thank you for stepping up.
When merging, there really hasn't been any situation that has, divided any of us. I don't think when we think of the single lane country road, I chose that one first because, like Jeff mentioned, there's a little bit of isolation in this church when it comes to reaching out into our community. But when we're talking about within the church, there's really none of that isolating. Like we came together and like made sure this was a functioning church, not in two directions, but one direction really. So.
Okay. Thank you for sharing. Anybody else? Okay. Is that the time? Yeah.
So they can hear us back there. Just a couple of quick things. If you get a chance, look at your book. On page 87, it talks about road trip questions, things that we should be constantly doing, assessing our culture and our ministries. Again, I'm going to talk about getting to know our culture when we do the Refocus book, asking ourselves the questions, what are we doing right? As well, I think we just got to be butt honest. What can we always improve on? We've always, no matter even if we're 2 years down the road, what can we do better? And I think that's where we've talked about today, what can we be improving on? And I think I heard that when you came from your groups. You were the spokesman for all those groups. But we heard some of those things. So I think we just keep it at our forefront. What can we improve on? I know I've been told by someone like my daughter and probably some others that need a bathroom break. So I think we'll be fine time-wise. I have 8 till. Can y'all go to potty and be back in 8 minutes? 3:41. Can we be back at 3:50? Yeah. If you're back before, we'll start. 3:50. Pee. Go pee. Everybody back? Everybody good? Good? Do you pause me during those breaks? Oh. So guys, if you're watching on the video, fast forward during these breaks. I apologize for saying that. There's too much. Okay, I gave you, like, for example, I'll pick on Alice and Savannah. You're both on evangelism. This is a tool. We used to think called UnityWeb, which is now, or EVC, which is UnityWeb, and I could get, like, statistics from our church. This is an executive report of a 5-mile radius. I can dial it down to a mile. I can give you a swath if you just want, like, a particular area. Let's say you decide you want to focus just on the neighborhood behind me. I say this for you as evangelists. You just tell me. I can pull the data for just that area. But this is just to give you an example of what you can get there. I can go, this is the executive oversight. If you've been an executive, an executive wants to just read a summary. They don't want to read the 50-page report. But if you want the 50-page report, I can give you the 50-page report. Does that make sense? But I can design this however you want this. I say it's for the board. I say it's for evangelism, any small group. To me, it helps. It lets me know, like, for example, you hear me throw that statistic out there, how we're in the Bible Belt, and yet below national averages, we have more unchurched people in the Bible Belt in a 5-mile radius than nationally. Or you see things like, those that claim to be religious is lower here than it is nationally. So when Jesus says the harvest is plentiful, he is truly correct here in a 5-mile radius. But I just want to give you this. We talked about getting to know our culture. So I just say this. I don't expect you to spend time reading it right now, but it does allow you to do some of that. I used it, for example, at Huntington Court when people would say things like, hey, this neighborhood behind us is all Hispanic. No, the neighborhood behind us was predominantly, Caucasian, white, with some Hispanic, with some of these things. So I would use these things when I was planning with you guys, and I just wanted you to get to know your neighborhood. I also want you to know the tool is available, so like I said, when you want me to dial it down, let me know. I will dial it down however you want it. This is free, and it can be used however you want it. But just, be fun. I can't get my tongue to work now. I need more coffee. Just get to know it, taste and see. And if you want to sit down one-on-one, I'll gladly do that. Because we talked about, in the last book, getting to know our culture and our society. And I know some of you read the Refocus books, because I know, like, if she was still here, she'd be saying, hey, I really appreciated that Robin was saying the Refocus book. It got me to thinking. And she may have given some of you questions if we didn't bring it up that we were supposed to touch on that. Did she? She did then. That's what I would have thought. It was from you. But I'm going to throw some thoughts that I'm just going to go through that were important to me when I read Refocus, and that spoke to my heart, and then we'll go back to discussion. On page 17, it talked about the church faces great challenges in reaching today's secular culture. As churches continue to age, they gradually become inward focused and can lose their ability to relate with people in their communities. I think that is so true. And when I listened to Wanda ask the question on the road trip, and I listened to those discussions that were taking place, I think we've seen some of that, play out in this church and even the pre-churches. The other one, it talked about it, and I want you to think about how we've seen this play out in the past. It says, those that become more inward focused as churches. It says, these churches can pressure their leadership to spend the majority of its resources and its time in meeting the members' escalating demands, thus reducing the church's ability to carry out the Great Commission. As a result, 9 out of 10, we've talked about this, churches declining in America are growing at a slower pace than their communities. Though the statistic seems alarming, there's still hope within the church. How have you seen as leaders? I mean, and maybe you haven't seen. Have you seen it in the past where we've been called as leaders to focus on our members' escalating demands versus outside? Have you seen it as a roadblock in the last year and a half? Wanda says yes. Okay. Can I ask how, or is that putting you on the spot? Okay.
I think we have to learn how to do
Both.
the inward and outward at the same time
Okay.
and accomplish the same thing.
Yeah, and I think we can accomplish both by doing inward and outward. Because again, I'm going to keep picking on the thing that Georgiana did before we even got to our vision and our mission. The Great Commission is to go. And we can't, if we're not going and doing, we're not living out of the Great Commission. Cole talked about this on page 27. Inward-focused churches, over the process of time, the churches are tempted to spend the majority of their energy and money to care for the escalating demands of their current members. You know, a lot of churches define that as, again, cruise ship mentality versus battleship. You know, what can you do for me? You know, I give my tithes, my dues. This space is mine versus how can we be using it for other things. The focus of the church grows increasingly self-interested with demands to include connections within the church, discipleship, and service ministries, while a lessened focus on evangelism or community remains. That's all on page 27. I loved also, you know, I thought about this. That's why I even mentioned it. Because on page 27, Cole also said a church's mission statement can be outward focused. However, the challenge comes from trying to change the culture from inward focus to outward focus. I mean, it can be really good in writing. I think it's well worded. I think our stuff, you know, we've got as our mission, our vision, our purpose and journey. I do think it's well worded. But I think where the hiccups, you know, when we go from single lane to double lane to interstate, it's when we try to implement and we try to actually live that out. We can, again, I think every church says we're supposed to love. I think every church over time can say the focus is supposed to be on Jesus. Would you agree with that? I think, but it's when we actually try to live that out, it's where sometimes those roadblocks get in the way. Again, our mission, as we say, and you can see this on everything we print, is straight from the Great Commission. Our mission is to go make disciples of Jesus. Go make disciples of Jesus. And I say that, and this is, I think we would both say that, Warren and I, was that everything else is secondary to that. Go make disciples of Jesus. Again, how? Our vision is to provide hope, life, new beginnings, to change lives, transform the world. Not just here. How do we go be Jesus out there? Which is the purpose, to teach people about Jesus so they can go be Jesus. Again, we got visual reminders now. Going out, my hope, as I shared this morning at church, is not just a visual sign. It's something we actually seek to do. And our journey is to know, love, and serve Jesus. So, what can we do? 28. A cultural assessment process is the first necessary step to begin cultural transition. We got to know our culture. I think we got to be self-aware. Now, and I appreciate it. Allison, can I say what you just said? Getting to know ourselves as well as out there. And maybe as we get to know them, maybe we need to find out here as well, you know, what things we could do better. Or what things, she said, things we could do an assessment here. What do they think we're missing? What things that we've talked about it, but how do we assess here as well as out there? Because he touched on this. You know, churches that possess a greater self-awareness concerning their culture have a greater possibility for change. You know, we talked about the things we did great and the things we can improve on. How can we flesh that out with the church? Maybe it doesn't have to be a survey. Maybe it is a discussion we have in small groups, or maybe it's something we do eventually in a town hall. How do we get them to be self-aware as well? Not just 13 people or 16 people. How do we make that? Because if we don't assess the church, it says the outward focused culture can subtly slide into the background, being replaced by an inward focused culture. And it says the devastating cultural phenomena is referred to, if you read it, mission fog. On page 30, it said the problem for many churches is this: they've lived in the fog so long, they believe their inward focus is normal. Which sadly it is. That's why it's called a fog. And it can happen to anyone and any organization. They lose focus of the vision or the real reason for their existence. I even think about it in board meetings where we've bumped up into that sometimes. So instead of continuing the call of reaching the world, the out-of-focus vision blurs into maintenance of ministry, or I would say maintenance of ministry, maintenance of events, maintenance of the past, rather than clarity of mission. Other thoughts of an inward-focused church. In page 30, Cole said, the average church member can be inclined to view church from a consumer-receiving mentality over serving and giving mentality. Church members are tempted to desire being served rather than serving. I think about the problem we have sometimes getting volunteers. Everybody wants a welcome center. How many want to volunteer to serve? Everybody thinks we should be doing children's programs. It's important to have children's ministries, but how many are volunteering to help on a Sunday in the nursery or with the children? So I think that's the problem. We want to be served, make sure we got them, but sometimes we don't want to put the time and energy into do it. And so Cole says their individual right and entitlements are considered more important than a sacrifice of their time. They view their tithes as membership dues that bring them a never-ending privilege and anticipation. And I think this is the thing we have to remind. I don't know how. I think this is where we have the opportunity. We can get away with as whether it's in our small groups or teaching Bible study or in a sermon, is reminding people that they're called to serve, not to be served. And I think that's where it comes better from us sometimes than others. And I truly believe, we say we want younger people, right? You said that. We need younger people. Guys, and I'm not picking on any organizations, but younger people want to serve. They don't want to sit in a meeting. I'm not picking on UMW or UMM, but they don't really want to sit and talk about what we can do with our money. They don't. They don't want to do a Bible study. They'd rather do a hands-on. You're younger. You're nodding over there. I'm assuming that's agreement. Would you rather do a hands-on or serve? And I think if we really want to be reaching those people out there, we've got to say we can't keep doing what we've always done. We're called to serve. We want younger people. We need to make sure we're giving servant opportunities. Page 40. Outward-focused churches exist to fulfill the Great Commission. You know, how we move from the single lane, double lane to the highway. To fulfill the Great Commission, to witness and make disciples of Jesus Christ. Again, the Great Commission, go make disciples, preach, teach, baptize them. The Great Commission is to go. The Great Commission is to go. The Great Commandment is to what? What is the Great Commandment? And Warren can't answer it. The Great Commission, we said, is to go make disciples, preach, teach, baptize them for the purpose of transforming the world. But what is the Great Commandment? To love God, love others. So our purpose as a church is to go, to love, and we're able to do this how? Why? We got the Holy Spirit. We got this great empowerment within us. Cole said, for the church to successfully reach a multicultural world, it must respond with adaptability and relationship skills. And like I said before, whether it's through focus tools, or focus groups, or tools like Insight, we've got to understand our culture. And I don't think we do. And we don't know what they're looking for. We don't know how to reach them. And I know I said that, but ever since I've been preparing since September, I keep thinking about those focus groups, getting to know the people we're trying to reach, learning their language. I know when we were talking about, like when Stephanie and Rob were living back there, how do we even get to know those people and what their wants and needs are? We say we want to do ministry with homelessness, but we don't even know what they need or want. So the church, we struggle with this, but we have to look at it through the lens of others, not through the lens of what we think they want. And like I said, I'm going to step on my own toes on that one, which means spending time in the community, getting to know the community. In fact, I love this quote. It's on page 67. If you want to underline your book, because I think George Anna said, can you write in the books? I said, they're yours. Compassion ministry is more than handing out groceries and clothing. It's more than cleaning up your community or working hand in hand with community organizations. Compassion ministry is loving people just as God through Christ loves them. It means spending time getting to know them. So I said this, and on page 71 it talks about doing a vision check. I hate going to the eye doctor. I don't know how you are, but I was telling the lady last month I was there, I hate going to eye doctors because I feel like I'm always going to fail. You can't cheat on an eye test. But you're trying to see the stuff in front of you. And I've been wearing glasses and contacts since 5 years old, and I can't do that. But I can read the small line today. But I couldn't when I went. I had my context test, and I said, ma'am, I can't read this. And she thought I was being a smart butt, and I really wasn't. But I say that because sometimes we fail at seeing, and we need things like glasses or contacts to correct our vision. So I love the image of on page 71 where the questions were. And I don't think we know these answers. I mean, we talk about doing like mission, and we talk about doing defined mission in this area, but I think we need to answer these questions before we look at putting in mission projects. You know, I think one of the things that, and I hate to think back to the past at Huntington Court, but that's where it came from. And I know that I had a team that was set up to go ask questions. And one of the things they did is they went and they talked to the politicians, they talked to the people in the school systems, they talked to the people, the police department, they talked to the fire department. What did they see the needs in the community? And they came back with like 8 things. It wasn't a focus group, it was just intentionally go spending time with them. And so then that team went bye-bye, and the next team came and looked at, okay, here's the needs. And we looked at and we said, oh, we got an older congregation. What needs can we meet? One of them was like providing more Hispanic ministries. Well, you're a predominantly Caucasian congregation. You may have one Hispanic person. We knew we couldn't meet that. So the thing that came out of that was homework and beyond. But I think that's the thing. We need to find out what are the present needs of the community, which may come through focus groups, I think better than this. So the vision check is what are the present needs of our community? Before we go launch some mission project, we need to find out what our needs are. And then asking the question, are any churches or organizations presently ministering to the needs of the community? You know, maybe it's something we partner in on or we create separately. Because the truth is, otherwise you go down the street, everybody's doing the same thing. They're all helping at the Rescue Mission. They're all helping at RAM. They're all doing volunteer items for the church. But what can make us different? I love, and I know you get tired of the 3 of us talking about resurrection, but I just think that cookie ministry, working, making cookies for with mentally handicapped, and then I think what's even better is that they take those cookies and they give it to the strip joint across the street in the downtown. What a way to show love to people. Warren and I will deliver those cookies. Just kidding. But I do think we need that. So what compassion ministries does our church currently provide? And I would say right now, she says none. Yeah, I think that's where we got. We're good at handing out. We're good at collecting. We're getting our groups, but we need to define what that looks like. How would you define the neighborhood where your church is located? And that's what we just said. We don't know it. This building has been here for a long time, but we don't really know our neighborhood. And like you said, you tried. I think back as the youth, we used to do like food bag ministry. I'd put them on the doors. I collect their food. I had no problem with that, and they'd give. But I think we need to do that. So again, which is the 5th one. This is all in your book, page 71. Which forms of assessment do you believe that need to be done to better understand your neighborhood? And that's one you're not going to answer today. Whether it's this or focus groups, I think that's going to have to come from the board. What do we need to do if we want to really get to know our neighborhood? On a positive note, I think we have the tools that allow us to do great things. I don't want us to get negative. I think we have the tools to do great things and to transform the world. I truly believe this. We got beautiful facilities, and we got bodies, and maybe they're not volunteering as quick as you like, but we do have bodies, which means that's a start right there. And I love what Phil Nickerson said. I'm going to share this one. It's from an article I tucked aside, no one for today. It's from November the 14th. And I think we all fall in that trap, myself included. And if you want this article, I can give it to you. He said, I often hear churches talk about what they don't have. Not enough people, not enough money. He said, but today's newsletter, I'd like to focus on the 2 great strengths that every church has. First, every church, large or small, has a core of dedicated leaders. I would say those that would even stay for 5 hours after church, after being here all day. He said, I am so impressed with how much time, energy, and faith leaders give to their churches, often over many decades. This is a great asset that should not be overlooked. Help those leaders use their gifts and talents to point them to the most important things that God is calling you to do. We've inherited our church communities from generation of people who are faithfully served, and we have similarly dedicated people today, i.e., you guys. Don't underestimate this invaluable strength. Guys, I will tell you this. I think the three of us would say thank you for coming to give your time this afternoon. Thank you for reading these books. And my hope is that it will change us to continue to move forward. The second most important thing we have is, guess what? If you're in Bible study, you've heard this with me, it's the gift of Holy Spirit. And he says, as a coach, I have the great honor and privilege of witnessing how a dedicated group of people can do amazing things when listening to, as he said, and following God's lead. We don't run human organizations. We lead a group of followers who are inspired and motivated by God's vision and spirit. He said, I like what Mark Batterson said, that when we in the church try to accomplish something that can only happen when God is in the midst of it, then God has us right where God wants us. The best efforts of your core leaders, energized by the Holy Spirit, is an unbeatable combination. Whatever your current church situation, you have two great assets to make a difference. So go and build God's kingdom. You in the Spirit can do this. So I say that to challenge us. So I say we've got the Holy Spirit. We got a group of dedicated leaders. Guys, you have a great location too. I mean, I started asking, like, what else do we have? We have a great location. We have good facilities. We continually update our facilities. What else do we have? I mean, Nickerson gave 2. I just gave you. What else assets we got going for us? This is not what you have to write down. Yeah. We got bodies to tap. So I just want to leave that on a positive. So my thing before I turn to communion, this is where we're probably going to spend a good while, hopefully not too long. But what's next? What steps should we take? If you're leaving from this place today, what steps do you think we should take? And I know that some of you had questions, so I'm going to pause on the what steps should we take next and ask what questions that we can discuss. Like somebody's going to read some. And I think we did touch on that one, didn't we? I think we did talk about how we were, and I think we all admitted I think we were all stuck in there saying there's room for improvement.
And the other thing was, how can we help?
I think that's just continue to lead and not be afraid to lead. I think that's our answer to that. I don't think it needs to just be the 3 core leaders. I think, or even Rampa and Nancy, because she's our lay leader. The 4 of us, it's got to be us being bold, and only got the support of the leadership board to continue to step out, and then empowering these teams to do, like, if Allison and Savannah come to us with an evangelistic idea that's out of the box, hey, how can we transform this idea? I think we need to support them, to make sure that, hey, this is, and people say, well, we've never done it that way before, or what if we have 10,000 people show up? To me, that's a win. I'd rather run out of food. So I think is to empower and support our leaders and volunteers.
If the members of the church have ideas for small groups or for activities and stuff, how are we able to get them across to whoever in the church?
Small groups, I think you heard Warren say, that's easy. If you want to start a small group, I think we'd just give you the kudos. We'd get you the resources to start them right now. If you said, Jeff, I want to start a small group on Wednesday. We still got one on Wednesday. I want to start out a group on Thursday night, and we're going to meet at Cookout because I like the shakes. It's going to be a ministry around shakes. And, sorry, that's just where I was. But no, seriously, we would find you the resources. You say, I want to do a topic on that. We could do a research search and find that. If they had ideas, I would just say, let the board know. Look at how you implement it, unless it's something wacky way off the wall.
Well, and I think, too, if we get out there, like, who's on the mission team, who's on the evangelism team, once we get these firmed up, then they know. If I have an idea for missions, this is who I
Yeah.
go to.
Yeah.
And that not everything has
It doesn't have to go to the board, go to a team, right?
It goes to that team.
Yeah.
And I think that goes back to getting it in the newsletter and people reading the newsletter.
Yeah. And that's like that Alice and I said. I think we communicate, but sometimes people don't read.
No, they don't.
I got no problem with that.
We had something like that at Huntington.
I got no problem. We can change that as it goes. Yeah. And I got it seemed like we said, I'm making the greeters. How do we identify them? You know, I do think I heard one of the side conversations. You said maybe it was you when you said, "Well, I don't know who's a guest and who's an established meter." And I think that's one of the things since we come together as an emerger. And I think that's the truth is just assume that everybody's a guest, and then we have to direct them. I mean, if you're going to a restaurant, that's what they're going to do. Even if they know you, they're going to ask how they can help you. Can I take your order? What do you want? So we have to, it's consumer driven. But I think going back to your small group, I think we would both say, if it's within reason, we'll find a resource to start it.
Share with us your ideas. That's what you want to do.
Yeah.
You know I can come to that.
Yeah. Because I don't think if like, my only fear I had of small groups is something that's like not lying with Methodism, you know, and that's just me. But I think that we would support pretty much anything.
I mean, I just think that I know it's all about reaching people that are unchurched and
Mm-hmm.
trying to push, or getting the word of God out, but just showing kindness to them,
Yeah.
support to them that is what Jesus did.
Yeah. He spent time out there.
So whether you get somebody in here that just needs support in something that's going on in their life, and that they start building that trust with someone or some people within the church, and then they feel more comfortable. They're like, well, let me explore this further.
Yeah.
Let me check into, Sunday school class, or let me check out both of the services.
Mm-hmm.
And it's got to build.
Yeah. And sometimes it may not be.
Not here and say, you're going to services, so you're going to start doing it in our church, because we all know that.
Yeah. And it doesn't have to be ministry here. And I think that's what he and I have talked about a lot is ministry can take place outside of our walls. And I think that's one thing you were talking about, in Waco, how ministry began as a homeless ministry, and now it's in a thriving outreach ministry. I think about the three of us, and I can't think of his name. I can see his sleeve tattoos, but I can't think of his name. But, he's empowered his church to go do ministry, like we said, in a tattoo shop. There are ministries in tattoo shops, dog parks, wherever. Doesn't have to be here. So, what else? Questions-wise, and then we'll go to this last one. Any other questions that you thought of? Okay. Then I guess the next one goes to what next? What steps do you hear from leaders that we need to do, like right now? If you said, Jeff, this is what I think you heard this today, and you may not know that you have to go home and sleep over and let it wake you up at 3 a.m. But if it's burning in your heart right now, what would you say is something that you heard that you felt like, hey, we got to get on this like right now? Okay, small groups. Anything else? I know, Alice, you were saying like, hey, focus groups. That's because we're looking from the inside. Yeah.
And I think that would be, at least I see as a high priority as well. Because that's something, could affect us Sunday.
Yeah. Yeah, because if you get them in the first time, you may not get them back a second time.
We're lucky Robin stayed with us, to your point.
Yeah, I mean, she came and sat in a Starbucks. We had a long conversation. She was but honest with me, and I appreciate it.
The only reason she did stay is because she had another connection, right?
Yeah, Matt.
Part of the reason that she stayed.
Matt Sarver, and I think, because, we talk about, one of the things, I think it was the second book, not the dream book. Yeah, it was the dream book. Part of it is that people want to know if they're unchurched and new church, does the pastor really care? Do we really care about the people in our doors? And I think giving her the opportunity just to share, these are my concerns. And mine was, how can you help make a difference? We're a new church plant. What can you help us do to grow? And so she did. She got involved with PowerPoint ministry and things like that. But you're right. Maybe that is something we need to get on ASAP.
I have a question. Is the reason why this store is not open
Safety is primary. Safety. And we do have a problem getting greeters. And the hope is that we'd get them through the Welcome Center, that they'd get to know us. It would be a time, where we have the people from both services to connect, and that we could shift them both ways.
And I think, too, having everybody come in that way, like you said, the Welcome Center, that becomes an area where if you're coming to this service, if you're going to a traditional service, that area is still the area where you can have that contact with each other
Mhm.
before you go to your different services, that it becomes a true place to build that sense of community
Yeah.
and relationship within the church. Once again, because that was a concern about starting a second
Mhm.
service at the same time, so we never see those people.
Yeah.
Well, if everybody's coming in the same doors,
At least for that brief moment, we can try to be intentional.
And also, as we grow, that's the children check-in spot.
Yeah.
Where hopefully, we'll have
A kiosk or something where they could check in. Because if you notice that right now it's already set up, it's not just having traditional and modern ministry, it's got children's ministry. But it's from a safety reason, just for those guys as well. If they're coming in that back door, how do we protect our children? What else? If you had to say, and I'm not going to spend a lot of time on, what else, if you had to, steps should we take next? You're tired. Just go ahead.
well, I'm just thinking,
Yes, all right.
lips moving, and I'm not saying.
That's okay.
I'm just thinking that we, as a group, need to be real advocates for what we're trying to do.
Yeah.
And not be quiet enough about it. Like I said, when I asked you to sign up for teams, then your next step is you go out and tell people about the teams and encourage people to sign up.
Mhm.
They're probably not going to sign up if we just stand up there and talk about it in town hall.
Yeah.
We need to advocate for what we're trying to do and to be vocal about what we want to do,
Mhm.
where we want to be cheerleaders.
And I would even say on what you just said, if you heard and that idea of team speaks to your heart, and you see the vital importance of that as a church, then probably talk to her. I think maybe you should be the one that's speaking to the church, so they're not just hearing the same three voices. Because I think that makes a difference that they hear other than just us all the time. So, anyway. But I want us to chew on that. I'm going to close this. Warren's going to close this in communion, and he's going to pray over us. So, Warren, the communion stuff is all over here. Do you want us to shift over here? No. Okay.
Well, you hit the nail on the head with what I mentioned, the focus, the word, what we're really about. And it's Jesus. And on the night in which Jesus gave himself up for us, he was having a meal. We have had lots of fellowship today. Worship, Sunday school, visioning retreat. We've had food. We've had refreshments. Thank you, Wanda, for getting all of that together. I don't know if we haven't like prayed a lot like for each other and things going on, but we've had prayer and study and I can just imagine the disciples sitting around the table with Jesus just as we're here today. And, he was parting on them the final words that he wanted them to get. Like, guys, I'm only going to be here a little bit longer. And it's important that you get this and get it right, because the world depends upon you. I'm not going to leave you. You'll have the Holy Spirit. They didn't understand all of that at the time. But you'll be empowered to do that. And that's the same mission that Jesus gave them on that day some 2,000 years ago, that you're hearing from us That's really, it's just Jesus' mission being repackaged in 2025, if you will. And so this is what it's about. And this is the reminder of who we are. Because on that night, he took bread, he gave thanks, he broke it, said, take and eat. This is my body. When the supper was over, he took the cup. He said, this is my blood spilled for you, for the forgiveness of sins. Take and drink in remembrance of me. And it was that little twist that he had on that meal when he said, this is my body, my blood. I'm sure they were like, what is he talking about? But they knew what the meal meant. But then the cross, the death, the resurrection, and then at Pentecost, all of a sudden things began to happen. And the birth of the church took place. And transformation of the world from being a kingdom of Rome and Caesar and rulers to the kingdom of God. And that's the same mission. Isn't that awesome to be a part of? That Jesus has given us. We have our bread here. And I can't remember. Jeff, were you helping me serve? If I've already handled the bread, if you take the cup. We do have the gluten-free. If you would like this, just come grab this. And I think what I'm going to do, let's see. Yeah, I'm gonna put this here. If you'd rather have that, and we'll start with ginger, and just work around this way. Then you can return back to your seats. And I do encourage you as you come. I love the idea of hold your hands out, receiving. You're receiving the grace and mercy of God. And be thinking of that night 2,000 years ago, what was happening and the mission that God is entrusting us with today. Ginger, the body of Christ given for you. Over. Do I have it on? Turn this over to. Am I closing us out? I can't. I'm going to pray us out. You got something to say there?
Well, I can say it first.
Okay.
I'll stay over here. Guys, I really do appreciate you. If you didn't get to read the books, take time to read the books. I think they're valuable tools. That's why I got them for us. But my hope is that we came, we ate. Now it's where the rubber meets the road, and we get to now go be Jesus. So.
Yeah. Again, I'm just tying in. I won't rehash what we've learned and what we've gone through, because it's the same message. That's what I love about Holy Communion. It's a reminder of Christ's birth, his life, his mission, his death, his resurrection, and then that mission entrusted to each and every. I mean, this is they're like the disciples here, entrusted into each and every one of us. So let us now go. Oh, and they're 12. Oh, this is spooky. This is spooky. Just how cool is that? Oh, that's okay. It's close. Baker's dozen? It's 12. And we're entrusted with that mission. That was part of our answer to the call. And you're answering a call as well. Our places as ordained ministers is really no greater than what you all are called to do. We're just different roles, different part of the body. So having fellowshiped and worshiped and broke bread together and caught fire of the Holy Spirit, let us be empowered to go do the missions that Christ has entrusted us to do. In the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.